What's up, everybody, and welcome to the latest Tournament of Doom, our first World's Tournament of Doom. I'm your host, tournament organizer, professional illustrator, and overall really tall guy, Senior Doom. Joining me tonight is, you might know him from previous Tournaments of Doom, mostly the regional championships. This guy is my go-to for the regional championships. I get him and I start him, and I'm already saying, hey, Mellow Crit, you want to be in the next one? I sent you the date.
I appreciate the kind words, but yeah, I'm happy to be back. Mellow Crit caster, definitely a shorter guy, so we've got the whole balance here on the desk on the mic today.
Yeah, just like when it's just me and Emmy. Like Emmy's the short one, I'm the tall one. I wish she's still in Hawaii.
Oh yeah. There's actually I'm still seeing tweets of people hanging out, so damn, they're taking some longer trips. I guess if you're already paying to fly out to Hawaii, might as well make the most of that trip, because
I mean
it's a ways and those are pretty pricey.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because I've never been to Hawaii. I do have a family member.
Same.
That lives out there, so that's what it is. So I'm going to go flip over to the meta game. Our meta game, where things are going. We did talk about Rigid Drago Box not having a very good start.
Yep. 5-13-1, not where you want to see your alleged S tier deck for the format. I don't know if that's still holding true, but I mean, after what we saw at Worlds, it's no surprise to see it just at the top of the popularity chart, at least. Though close behind it is a deck that we were just discussing before we started about our pick'ems, and our disastrous pick'ems actually is the next two decks. Their third most popular Charizard Pidgeot, a deck that I expected to do particularly well in Worlds, particularly for the top 8. I was hoping to see at least one or two. I think the highest placing closest to top 8 deck was a Tord Charizard Pidgeot.
Yes, and even then, that's like a weird Charizard Pidgeot.
Yeah, it was an interesting build for sure.
I've played it. Okay, my experience with it, I've played it. I won like 10 games in a row. I was like, oh yeah, this deck's great. And then I lost like 8 in a row. I was like, oh, this is not.
That's often how it goes with those Tord piles, man.
So that is definitely, I'm looking around. Definitely, yeah, let's see which versions we got. I got EVOA. Let's see what list. They are playing the Dusknoir list, which I believe there was a 22nd place, I want to say.
Had it looks like Hayato in 20th place piloted a 2-1-1 line of the Dusknoir. And I think that might have been the next highest placing Charizard, actually. So it was with a build pretty similar to this, running 2 Duskull instead of the 1. And interestingly, for the list that we have, at least right in front of you, we are running a 1-1 of the Pidgeys. So putting a little bit of stock into the Call for Family Pidgey, which, I mean, it is a pretty strong option. It's not like your 60 HP Pidgey isn't getting sniped by Regidrago. You're not getting sniped by our Dragapult EX attack. So, I mean, might as well, right?
Yeah. It's Call for Family is almost more of a, I want to say even just like a daunt stop.
Yeah, that's a good way to see it. I think one thing that stands out, though, is obviously the fact that we don't have a Cleffa in this list, which I personally am a big fan of the Cleffa in the setup decks, but it seems like it kind of like it got a little bit phased out of a lot of the Charizard lists, whereas Regidrago list started to pick it up. So a little bit interesting to see the evolution of both of those lists, I guess, in opposite directions, which is cool. But yeah, this is a 1-1-1 Duskull line, and it's actually running the unfair stamp as well. So that seems to be, I guess that's becoming pretty standard, right? People have pretty much entirely moved away from the cape at this point. Really good option, really strong option, especially when you have a Pidgeot EX setup. You can really just start to attack your opponent's hand and start to make moves in that way. Because there's a lot of decks I think in this meta that have a hard time drawing cards. So that's pretty significant as well.
So we're just dealing with someone missed check-in time by like 20 seconds, but their opponent has sent a request. And I'm like, you know what? I'll grant that as long as they get a game going, right? If their opponent's like, okay, yeah, I sent it, whatever, let's play. So that's me. So I always try to make sure I'll judge things. I'm transparent about it. Way more TCI. Sorry, have to take a dig. About things like that. So like if you don't check in, but if you're playing a game with your opponent or they sent something to you, I will usually count that as a check-in. So like my personal thing is I don't send a request until my opponent is fully checked in. That's just me. But aesthetically, Josh and Chad also said bet on Guardian got burnt. So did I.
Yeah, we were talking about the pick'ems, and that seems to have been. I put on a bunch of stock in Charizard. Doom put a stock in Guardy, so second and third most popular lists, but they didn't quite get there for at least World's top 8. We didn't see them up in that range.
Looking at it, we do have Blazion on Gardevoir, who's 1-1. What is he? He won. He got Miraidon, lost against Miraidon. Okay, that's a weird one for Guardy, because if Miraidon misses their generators, or say you play Mimikyu, it makes it way harder for them. Because then they have to like, okay, I gotta get Zapdos powered. We can't just put Iron Hands out and go for this.
Yep. On the flip, if you don't get that Mimikyu set up and they do start hitting you with an Iron Hands early, you need that full turn of setup, right? So that can easily swing the other way. You
need to go second, and you need to hit your Evo.
Yep.
Which this is playing one of Evo with the Hyper.
See, and especially after Worlds where we saw like 2-prize beat sticks or like 2-prize going second decks becoming really popular. I think the Hyper Aroma build's a little risky, but then again, you're ultimately still, I guess, a little bit at the mercy of the die roll in that case. I still think being a full turn behind on your Evos would probably hurt worse.
Yeah, because like at least to me, the Hyper Aroma is you want to go first, and then you're trying to get as many rolls as you can out, so you got Hyper Aroma your next turn, which works really well against like Regidrago, because Regidrago's now behind a turn. It's so difficult to get that set up. Like you're really vouching that, hey, hopefully I'm getting these buddy pop-ins or anything I could look something up.
Yeah, and I mean everything right now is at the mercy of that Dragapult attack. So if you miss an Evo, that also means that even with a Manaphy on bench, you can still end up getting your stuff Dragapulted if it doesn't evolve, or obviously in the case of anything 70 HP, those Halucha plays are still available as well. So even that's no longer safe.
Actually, isn't
those attacks?
Isn't Drago starting to cut Haluchas? I've seen some have, like, looking at this list, there's 0 Haluchas, but it is playing Iron Leaves EX of all.
That's interesting.
It is 1-1. Yeah. I would assume like they're trying to make Charizard better for themselves. I thought they already had a pretty good Charizard matchup.
Yeah, they're putting up a lot of respect on it. I don't really, because the Ogerpons by themselves, I feel like are what you kind of want to deal with the Charizard.
Yeah.
Because loading up that Ogerpon as your attacker ends up becoming really useful in the Charizard. So Iron Leaves, it seems a little overkill for the matchup. Thornton is the spice. Thornton's the spice for sure.
Yeah, you get the Kyurem start, and then you can Thornton into something else later. Get that out of the way. That's why 100% Thornton has to be. Or, you get Squawk.
Oh, Leaves plus Thornton is also an interesting play. I could see that because you accelerate. Can you Thornton after the energy gets accelerated and pushed to the front?
Yes, you could put the Leaves down, go in with a Rapid Veneer, get all that energy on it, Thornton into a Drago, will evolve into Regidrago and go from. Yeah. Well, actually, no, you can't. I don't think you can evolve because I think it treats it the Pokemon spin there. Attached cards, damage counter, special conditions, turns in play, and other effects. So no, you can't evolve it there from off. Yeah, no, that's the only me about that too. I was double checking. That's why we can look at cards.
Yeah, because that was my first question. Because if you could just accelerate into the Drago and evolve it immediately, that'd be pretty disgusting. But
yeah, the Thornton would see a lot. But we do have Prince Vortex at 2-0 and Neo Erlandson at 2-0 with their list. Let's look at Prince Vortex. The Ancient Box, Day Camp's Ancient Box, and beat Bright Guy's Charizard. Got Noivern.
Yeah, actually, that play sets up if you want to just attack with a Regidrago V's attack, use Dragon Laser, and knock out the 30 HP Cleffa on the bench. That's a little ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, that's a play. The Noivern back in here. And I was thinking about this too, like considering playing this list for some weekend tournaments, the fact that because Roaring Moon was so popular, because there's probably going to be a bunch of Iron Hands decks. The fact that you can actually just protect yourselves from those big basics is pretty strong. I think it's interesting to have that back in the mix as well.
I went to a cup last weekend during Worlds. I was like, it was like fit my timing. It was like something that I could go to. It was like some people were like, oh my god, you're showing up with like none of your competitives there. I'm like, well, yeah, that helps, but I mean, still people trying. Like we still had a couple sweats who didn't make it. They sure couldn't afford to make it, still showing up. I got Drago first round playing Gardevoir, stomped them. I got Charizard the next. I priced 2 Ralts, never get really fully set up. He stomps me. Then I get Iron Hands, stomp them. Sorry, Heat Miser, you know it. And then round 4, I needed to cut, and then I get the Zard again, and I brick 2 games in a row. First game I priced 2 Gardevoir, so I'm like, oh, that's over. Second game I couldn't get anything going. Like, well, that's over. But hey, happens. If I played the de-evolution version, which I didn't at that time of Gardevoir, the game 2, if I hit him with the de-evolution, he had already used all 4 candies and had filled his bench with everything, no Dusknoirs, nothing else. So it was a whole bunch of things that I could possibly put Mimikyu out there if you try to over-evolve, or I could at least start attacking here off a bunch of one prizers. I had options, but I didn't play the Devo version. I removed it for a different card and paid for it.
So punished.
Yeah, and Heat Miser. I knew he'd say that. That's my brother. I stopped. He knows. No. He was playing Iron Hands. But I have Mimikyu. Iron Hands, Miraidon gets so much better. With the next set, that new Magneton.
Yeah. Accelerating so much energy, dude. It's free. It's free real estate. Yeah, I was gonna say the Moon matchup doesn't seem that bad, but it seems tight because if you can't like effectively punish the fact that they play judges, if you can't immediately like punish the Roaring Moon's attack dealing 200 to itself, and you give them a turn, they can kind of turn that one around.
Prince Vortex, don't worry about it. If you play the mistake, your opponent needs to catch it as well. I'm not going to care. I could always retroactively give you 0-2 losses, but I'm not. Just make sure it is on your opponent. That's why we have open deck lists. It's also on your opponent. We've already had like 3 people play the wrong deck list much later, and they got game losses for it. But it's hard to go back and like retroactively give you losses without screwing up the turn. Which that was weird with the Ian Robb game that they gave it to retroactive. I think it was in the rules they had to. The way it was set up or something. I don't know. Which surprises me that we don't see that much iron, whatever they're called. Iron Thorns.
Oh, Iron Thorns. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you would think it has like so many good. I think people, it might just be a deck that genuinely people don't want to play, which is like, I feel like that's what you'd expect to say of like Snorlax Stall, right? But I don't know. Maybe people don't actually see it being like either a fun deck to play or a deck that's maybe going to get countered because it would obviously was the victor at Worlds. There's a chance that people start putting in more text to respect it.
3 Mimikyu. Can't beat 3 Mimikyu.
True.
Let's see. You go only. Oh, look, this one's ready for it. Well, I mean 3. They play 2 canceling clones, right? They play Silene. Nope. So 1 canceling clone, gone. 2 canceling clone, gone. Here's number 3. What you doing now, buddy? Not winning the game.
With 3, well, if you're running 3 Mimikyus, I mean, you deserve to get that dub in this matchup. But if your Mimikyu gets Lost City'd off of the first one, then you're really cooking.
Yeah, that is the interesting part. Sorry.
Because that's kind of how you want to play that, right? Is you just hold your hand until you can get rid of that Mimikyu permanently, and then you're off to the races.
Like, I've played the Gardevoir side of it, and the Gardevoir side is I need to be selective when I put down like either the Fluttermane or the Klefki. So like if I know I'm going to be able to attack next turn, like use the Gardevoir. That's like the big thing. It's like, okay, can I get Gardevoir set up? This is Gardevoir swing. This Gardevoir can eat like two to 3 hits from it, especially if you have like the monkey setup.
Right.
And then you're just moving everything. So it's a little bit of a not a free matchup, but let's see. Let's look at the stand. See some of the people. I love Arceus. I love Arceus. I have a feeling that is Lucas Oldell, who's playing a 4 Klefki.
What is this?
Is
this one of those Zard control or Arceus control decks? Doesn't have that much control in it, really.
It looks hilarious, I'll say that much.
This is a deck for sure.
That's why I think it's Lucas Oldell. I can double check later because he's streaming and he has Arceus in his victory screen.
Keys are back. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Maybe they are back. With the 1/1 Tina line.
Gotta finish things off sometime.
Yep.
Savid with the Walking Wake was a good one. You know, other people up in the 2-0s are playing. Bolt up with the Turbo Rory Moon. Gotta respect that. Dialga Matane. Still out there.
That deck refuses to work for me, brother. Every time I've sat down to play that deck, it just says you draw no cards, you draw no good cards, you draw energy.
So here's the thing, like Dragapult's one of those. I play against Dragapult, they get energy, evolution, everything turn 1 every time. No fail. I try it, nothing. Like, cool. It was like TableMon posted a meme a couple weeks ago with him trying to test Lugia. He's like, how do you get double Archeops Ultra Ball turn 1? Like, he didn't hit it like once. Never got anywhere near where he needed to. It's just one of those things, like some decks just don't function.
You know what's interesting? I'm looking at the metagame for this right now, and even though I think it like overperformed relative to a lot of the decks that were in the field, is there literally 0 Miraidon today?
No, there's 13.
Or are they sitting in other?
There's 13.
Where am I seeing this? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong tournament. There it is. Miraidon was the other deck that I wanted to mention, because that also made a pretty serious resurgence, and obviously had a couple top 8 matches featuring the Miraidon for Worlds, which is really cool to see. That's just another deck that people want to call bad constantly, and suddenly every tournament it seems it just shows up.
I think anything turbo right now is just good. Like, okay, you got this, and then someone come at you with Roaring Moon, and Roaring Moon's gonna attack us fast. And like, I think that's part of the reason why like Charizard and Gardevoir, or even Drago to a certain extent, aren't doing as well. Because Drago can be knocked out by a Miraidon EX right off the bat. Couple lucky boom boom, electric generators, here we go, off to the races.
Yeah, the Luminium play on this is also sick. that is gnarly. That is go fast for sure.
Yeah.
The fish just strikes everywhere you can put that, as well as the Pheasantipity. I think the Pheasantipity has in some form made it into every deck right now. It's ridiculous.
Okay, did you play during the Oricorio GX days?
I did not.
Same thing, same bird kind of thing, everything. It just was in every deck. Let me see if I can find, do a card search on Limitless real quick. Oh, once in your turn, before you attack any of your Pokemon, blah blah blah, you draw and use more than one. So it's Pheasantipity all over. But like,
is this thing just rampant?
It wasn't everything. Look at this.
That is wild.
I want online championships. That one. But so many, like, I think I even played it. No, I didn't. I put it.
Look at all that right stuff on.
No, I did not play it. That would have been better than that, but plenty of them did. Clowns loved it. I mean, it's just Blowns everywhere.
Yeah, that is certainly all over the place, and it's starting to feel that way here because it's such an easy inclusion, especially in deck. Because I feel like it's another deck, kind of like Mew when it first came out, Mew EX, where it's like it's like good 2 prize liability. Same thing with the Minion 2 prize liability, but now all of these decks are all just big 2 prize decks that have a 210 HP. Grass Accelerator, and it doesn't matter. So we might as well have Pheasantipity in the mix as well.
I think I'm actually missing an Iron Hands to actually build. Like, I'm sitting here, I'm like going through my mind. Like, should I be testing this? Should I be playing it? And I think I'm missing that second Iron Hands. I don't know. It always sounds weird to say IRL. All right, so
it seems like a pretty solid pick, though. I guess it depends on whether you feel like a gambling individual with the electric generators. Pick your poison, I guess.
I'm gonna run an ad now. That way it should not hit the game, and we can run through the game with no issues. Like, it just popped up. Like, hey, you want to run an ad? I'm like, okay, sure. So that was the best time to run it. So that way we don't have any ads. You guys don't get any ads. I think it actually times it almost perfectly. That in between rounds, you only get hit with ads, which ads suck. They're part of Twitch. I make them to a point where they only run once every half an hour for 3 minutes. It could be up to 12 ads because that's how they give you like 10-second ads. It sucks, but it's it maximizes the amount of money I can get from it. That helps the stream with the least amount of time it shows up.
One easy way for us to support, obviously, is sitting through some ads. Not too bad. Should be. We'll see how these random rogue lists go. That's always a fun one to see when a Sweet Cooner. Apparently, there's a Seeking deck also.
The Palafin
making
is
a bit of a run. A Palafin deck too. Okay,
after that finally started working in PTCG Live, we're starting to see it.
The Liepard. That's a cool choice of supporting Mon as well.
Actually, it's even more surprising. Look, you have the teleporter.
The average, yeah.
They're not running the one you keep seeing is the Pecha run with the Hungry Boy. Forget his name. Or Pekko. So you run you use Palafin, bring more Peko up. It gets poisoned, but it doesn't matter because you're going to treat it, and you get a punch again with a Giga. All right.
I like it.
Looks like we are all good. I think we only had one game that had any sort of tie, and they were asking for. Does this say it's 85 of 86? Oh, okay. So, I'm just making sure there was no other ties. No. And they were asking for more turns. I can't watch turns, so we don't do that. All right, so we do have Cash, Lucas, Christian. Oh, it is Lucas. Let's watch that. Let's watch Lucas's game. I want to see this. I want to see this. I love Arceus. I love Arceus stack.
Let's do it up.
Lucas messaged me saying that's who it is. That's me. I'm like, okay, he is also a regional, a Doom, a Tournament of Doom quotation regionals champion as well. So he is one of our big winners. He's had a fairly good showing the Tournament of Doom Worlds as well. So, and it looks like he is against Chin Pao Baxcalibur. So this should be interesting.
All right, checking out the list right now. There was I think it was it Lucas? Someone placed pretty highly with Chen Pao at Worlds, which everyone called just a horrible play, but
it's not that bad. It's in some ways it still feels a little bit too slow.
It was Lucas. Okay, so it was Lucas, and he put in the 1/1 Origin Form Palkia V-Star line, which is kind of a sick workaround to getting your Baxcaliburs sniped. If you lose out on your Baxcaliburs, you can still sometimes get off. If it's not an attack with the Palkia V-Star, you can sometimes just get it done with the 3 energy that you accelerate from the Palkia, and that gives you a turn to get another set of either Frigibaxes or Baxcalibur set up, which is cool.
Chat wanted Palafin or Walking Wake. We will do that next. I know I can get Walking Wake, the Savi stream. I was just using who was already available. It's usually the easiest way. Someone's available right off the bat. And it looks like the game is going. Right? Go. Now, first off, right off the bat, who do you think's winning?
I want to see this Arceus deck win. I don't know if it has a win condition against. I mean, Life Key seems like a pretty good mon into this, but yeah, I'm gonna go Arceus here. I'm praying on the high roll.
Same. Yeah, I mean they could get there.
I feel like this die roll is going to be pretty important. I'm not going to lie to you, because if we see the Arceus go first, they are playing that max belt, so you can start picking up KOs on the Champaos early.
I can see them starting the Bidoof here, if only because they want it there, so your Arceus isn't getting picked off to turn 2.
And they are going second, so that makes a lot of sense.
Or technically turn 3. I always go by person turn. It's your turn first turn, yours first turn. Yeah, I mean, they how often I play against Chimpao and they never missed all the time.
All right, well, that's gonna be a short and sweet turn here from the Chimpao player, getting down to Frigibaxes and passing it on over. Though, of course, playing against Arceus, you're not in any real danger of getting turned to attacked unless you're dealing with like a magma basin build, which actually this is. So there was a world where that could have gotten kicked off this turn, but the hand's not looking too stellar. So doing a quick prize check here, making sure that we grab another Bidoof, since it's likely that the one in front's gonna go down.
Yeah.
And they're eyeing up the Klefki actually.
I believe the Klefki is probably there 100%. I would put a Klefki down just in case they use their Penguin, which I believe they have in their list. But again, look how many Badoofs you put down. There's so many Badoofs. And if anything, you're telling them, look, you can't use you're not going to use whatever they're called, for Ninja for easy snipe. No free 2 prizes.
Right. Yeah, which is actually great because like they're not targets, right? You get that bench protection from the Bidoof, so at most. Now there is, I think this build does play our Iron Hands as with most Chien-Paos, so I think that would probably be the perfect turn 2 for Sean here, would be getting that Iron Hands attack and starting that prize trade, since you're probably hoping to go 2-2-2.
Yeah, going 2-2 is probably definitely what you most. Like once quiet night. I'm sorry, I'm always panicky with like judge calls because you never.
Fair.
You get weird ones.
Great Ninja gonna drop some cards. We'll see what they can get done here. I think you probably don't want to just take a Chien-Pao attack here.
If you, knowing what your opponent plays the belt, maximum belt, and they put down the Giratina, they're probably gonna. They don't know that Lucas here, Mr. I Love Arceus, has the attack next turn.
Right.
So taking a KO, they're just going to. We have to be afraid of that, right?
Yeah, you certainly have to be. I think it seems based on the way this turn is progressing, Sean might have missed, or otherwise thinking heavily through some sequencing here. Because, I mean, if you're not putting an Iron Hands in front, yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. I think to just pass it over.
Now it's Lucas / Arceus. What's your move here? Like taking KO and energy accelerating is nice.
I think the fact that this flips your prize trade is just so awkward. This is why I think you would love a judge here as opposed to an Iono, because you'd love to attack the hand if you are attacking with this Arceus, so it's a little bit difficult. I'm not exactly sure. It seems obvious to say you just attack, right? But getting on the uneven price trade would be a little bit unfortunate for you, so you probably don't want to do that. I think that's what we're sort of thinking through right now. Is we actually drew into the attack as well. We drew double switch, so we can get this attack off. Is looking to Starbirth off the bat. I'm not sure what we're Starbirthing for, and we actually do have a 1-of judge there, which we would have loved to draw. The barrel would be a little. Part of me wishes he would have just held on to that. Because you're not really advancing your position here by having committed that. I don't really think is gonna look to just get this attack off. I think it makes enough sense just because you do want to start getting energy into play anyway, so you can't really go wrong with getting an attack off, starting to load up energy, because in the late game you can offset the prize trade back utilizing that Radiant Charizard to take a 2-prize knockout.
All right, we had a bug where bug where the check-in happened, but they just didn't check it. Ooh, put them all onto the Arceus.
Put 2 benched Arceus and 1 extra energy on this Arceus in front.
I'm a little surprised we didn't end up putting any on the Giratina, but It seems like you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. You will get at least one KO, most likely with the with that Arceus and the Max Belt paired. So if you can avoid attacking with the Giratina, honestly, it's probably better for you, so you can keep those energies in rotation. I want to look very quickly and see if we are playing one of Super Rod. Magma Basin can of course recycle some of our fire energies, but we are gonna get to see an Irida played down. Chien-Pao and Pheasantipede also placed on the bench, so this is pretty much guaranteeing us that rare candy Excalibur, and now it is just a matter of can we dig through our deck to draw the right amount of energy to get this attack off. And I think probably won't be too bad. We have Pheasantipede, we did get a Pokemon knocked out, and we've got Bibarel on deck. So this is, I think, pedal to the metal for the Chien-Pao player right now. It's about everything you could have asked for.
Now the next question is, how does Lucas follow up? Is he, okay, we're gonna see him go after the Giratina. I don't know if I fully agree with that.
We might be short on energy. That's the one scenario where I see that. So we saw 2 off Earthen Vessel, and we get 2 off of this Shivery Chill from the Chien-Pao. So I think the only way that this didn't come through as a KO on the Arceus is because of
they had 5
a whiffed energy. Did they just draw with?
Yeah, they just drew with Radiant Greninja. So options Lucas has now. You can't put the Arceus up with the 2 energy. I believe he has fire energy in the discard. I may be wrong. You could actually attack with Radiant Charizard this turn. You could also...
We could get it on the discard by retreating off of this Arceus. You'd hate to see that, right? But
yeah, you could. Then you'd have to find a way to get in your Arceus back up, and your Charizard up, which they play. They do play 2 switch. And then on top of that, you're still looking for the belt. If you're going with the Arceus play, so like you could attach the grass in, Wove, Bibarel, hope for the best.
Yeah, to be fair, we don't have to do this right now. We can just hope for the KO. But see, this is the problem with having used Starbirth earlier is I don't think we really got enough value, but we got into it anyway.
Never
punish. Why did I even open my mouth? I was about to say this is a perfect scenario where you would love to just Starbirth for your max belt. But it doesn't matter that they draw into everything. We even get a judge, which granted we do have a Bibarel on the opponent's side, but at the very least we're making it work a little bit harder, and we are going to get the KO here onto this Chien-Pao. And now realistically they have to respond with a Chien-Pao KO. They don't have access to the Prime Catcher anymore unless they were to get it off of Silene, and then you could go for maybe like a fancy Iron Hands play, but I think we're too far along at this point. So with 4 cards and a couple of draws, including the Pheasantipede and the Bibarel, we'll have to see if Sean can respond here with another 2 prize knockout of their own.
Coming in with a Greninja lead off. You could see the Pheasantipede attack, but that would just be really a poor decision. We got the Chien-Pao and Cypher Maniacs, so they're going to definitely grab whatever they want. But the question is it enough?
They do just need 5 energies here to get the knockout, putting themselves at 2 prizes. Presumably with this Cypher Maniacs, we could just about guarantee it.
And we should, on the next turn, see a Radiant Charizard KO.
There will be a Super Rod played. Get some water. back in, as well as the Chien-Pao. We only played 2 Chien-Pao in this list. So if we expect to attack with it again, we're going to have to recycle that bad boy. Now, there is another issue here. Sean doesn't actually have to win through a 2-prizer next turn because the Skwovet is on the bench. This open, and if we were to respond with the Radzard, this actually opens up a win condition of attacking just with Greninja on the next turn. So this is actually looking fantastic for Sean. We are going to get presumably the response KO here with the Chien-Pao EX. Super Cold starting to accelerate that energy forward. This Arceus will likely be going down. And at this point, it's going to be pretty hard to prevent your opponent from setting up a Greninja KO.
Okay, I'm bringing again always with the transparent judge calls, as we do see the KO here. If you disconnect, it's a game loss. There's nothing we can do especially if it's later into the game. It sucks, but we can't barely reset the game in any way, even if you're ahead on prizes. Because even if you're ahead on prizes, you can still lose. But that's just what it is. Like, I mean, see here, look. Oh, going after the Greninja here? Okay.
Yeah, and I gotta say that's pretty heads up, because the Skwovet being on the bench is basically losing play here, attacking into this Chien-Pao. So now you're kind of forcing this Chien-Pao player to
find everything.
Either find yeah, you'd need a lot here, right? You'd need to probably Silene into enough energy, or is Silene into your Prime Catcher plus enough energy to take down this Arceus. Did not get hand disrupted though, so that could be the bailout. That could be enough for them to get there, but really clever workaround here from the Arceus player, because having attacked with this Radiant Charizard into that Chien-Pao would have been a losing play pretty much instantly, I think.
I'm seeing if there's a way to get the maximum belt back, and it does not. But we could see a night stretcher into Magma Basin, or just a straight fire energy from the Radiant Charizard. Like, I'm trying to figure out what's Lucas's thing, because like that was the right play there, was to
Hyper Blower here.
Oh, okay. What?
I think we just push up this Bibarel, right?
No. Yeah, Bibarel. I think something. Sorry, I'm like, Bidoof just loses the game. Skwovet's fine. If only Skwovet, because has an easier.
I guess that doesn't matter because they all get Iron Hands anyway. So I don't think we push up the Arceus here.
I think they're calling their bluff. Like, I don't know. Okay.
He said, all right, me too. I can hand disrupt as well. Iono going to go down, putting both to 2. We do draw into that Night Stretcher. So this could open up the play.
Barrel, and then probably Pheasantipity.
Yep. Now we're back to 8 cards.
The need Night Stretcher. What are we going to do? Get the Greninja back?
No, we just win here. We just win off of the Chien-Pao attack.
They have enough energy.
Attach manually to the Pheasantipity. Yep.
All the superiors.
Yep.
That's why I was wondering, like, would it have been better to put the Doof up? Like, if you put the Doof up.
I think so. I think the Bibarel gets Iron Hands. both of the other small schmucks get Iron Hands. If you push up the Bidoof, you can still lose to a Greninja attack, though.
This definitely felt like
it would require even less energy.
This definitely felt like this was the worst matchup they could have had.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
But we put it on anyways because I'm that kind of tournament organizer.
Yeah, Rejuva, we do lose to Ninja if we push up the barrel or the Bidoof. If we push up the Squovit, maybe. But that's still the Iron Hands play that they'd be playing around either way. I think if you push up one of those, they have to make the Iron Hands play. So maybe at that point you just pray that they can't get to the Iron Hands. Maybe one of the pieces is prized. We did only play one Iron Hands, one Lightning. So I think I would have liked those odds a little bit better, because otherwise here you're just asking them for basically 5 water energy, and this deck is built to draw and attack with tons of water energy. So especially when you can draw the amount that you can off of Flip the Script.
Which Flip the Script is so... Hear that Prague guy is trash? What is Lauren on? Oh, the Bennett deck. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I love Bennett. I think Bennett's sick.
I think
not enough people tested Bennett when Charizard with only one candy or with only candy was popping off.
I played some Bennett today, and I ran into multiple Iron Hands who all went off and just started taking KOs like right off the bat. It was just so sad. I was like, yeah, I'm never setting up. Can't stop him now. Like I needed to go first. Even going first was worse. All right, so let's see what else we have out there that's doing well. A couple of our 3-0s right now. We got a Raging Bolt Orgabon. Again, the turbos every time. That's what you want. And I think I realize sometimes why I'm fading out is because I'm tilting my head to look at the different side of the screen, and my mic's way too far to the. So
yep.
I'm fixing that. Like I also increased the gain. So Pra is playing Raging Bolt Ogerpon, which is playing the Slitherwing and the Sandy Shocks. For some people want me, why do you play the Slitherwing? It hits Iron Thorns and it hits Iron Hands or instant KO for 2 energy. The Iron Smasher. How much is Raging Bolt cost right now?
And is not Iron Handsable at 140.
No. And you can easily get it.
So they couldn't even respond with it.
You can set up with Seda. Like the Shocks is good. Like it's easy for one, and you're gonna put a lot of energy out there anyways. That's meant for like Mimikyu and some other things. The Slitherwing is coming in just for everything else.
I like the Shocks for any one prizer board, or like any one prizer decks as well, because if you do end up going second against something like a Guardy, and you kind of just want to get that quick one prizer and leave a one prizer in front. Same thing with Charizard. If you can make Charizard work a little bit harder to fix the prize trade, that always feels good as well.
100%. And this deck, just since it blows everything up, it's so hard. Like I'm playing Gardevoir. If I don't take a KO by the time they're at 5 prizes, it feels really. I've lost way too many games where they've hit heads on their caster coin flips, or they find their one-up boss. So, like, part of me wants to still keep playing Gardevoir because it's been like my best winning deck. But at the same time, let's look at Matthew Wolfsburgers.
Oh, hey, shout out to Michael in the chat, one of our local players.
Oh, Michael. Yeah, he's very much a Tournament of Doom player as well.
Yeah, Michael, I feel like it depends on like what you expect in the meta. I think right now you do just want to hit really hard going second And the Flutter does not quite enable that as efficiently as even the Slitherwing in this discussion. I feel like there's a lot of decks where you'd love to start it and even like just stick it there and start loading up energy, but because that card is really hard to attack with turn 1 going second, it's not quite as like potent as just having a more streamlined list with stuff that can attack for 2 energy.
Let's see who else we got. Prince Vortex at 2/1. Miraidons coming in. So like I feel like Miraidon, even though it's fast, just doesn't do as well against Raging Bolt, right? It's like you don't hit that 240, that big 240. Just a bit too much.
That number's so annoying. It is so frustrating.
I like looking at the price history. It was down to like 93 cents and then it spiked to $10. It was like soon as the Ogre Pawn became a thing.
Yeah, and that 240 HP, you mentioned that and it brings me like internal rage because I was playing Lost Box for a long time and that math is so dumb because like you would like everything was 230 and you could punch Cram plus Sable and get the knockout later. You can't do that with 240, man. It's 10 off. It's so annoying.
I repeat.
So Doom, I cannot see your screen. Just a heads up.
I know.
We're showing stuff off.
Yeah, I'll try to be a little bit lower with it. Let's look at the Palatine. It was 3-0. They have a 3-0 Palatine. This one is the Lipard version. I will reach out to them next round and try to get them, or see who they're playing and see if there's a guaranteed get off, or if it's a really bad matchup, like if they play against Miraidon. Like I think Miraidon just wins it, right?
A lot of lightning weakness. A whole lot of lightning weakness. A whole bit of Iron Handsable cards as well.
I mean, Giga Impact though, do a lot.
True.
Is Palatine fixed on PTCGL? Yes, we have had no issues with it.
To your point about the price chart, by the way, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't realize that you'd pulled it up on the screen, and then I saw it right as I started talking. But the other one that really cracked me up was the Entei, when did it win that regional?
Yes.
Or it randomly like took down that regional, and the price on that thing just flew, dude. It was so ridiculous.
Like, okay, if you go like TCG Player, that's where I'm going to jump to. We'll bring up the Entei on there. You can see the history of it. We'll go to Entei V. It's 82 cents right now. You go last 6 months. There is a giant jump back like in April.
Yeah.
Well, you can even see it here. November was even bigger. There was a so it went from like $2 up to 11, and there I go. And we gotta move tables real quick. We have a judge call.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm going to mute you.
Howdy.
All right, just mute so that they don't hear us, and they know we're watching. I apologize, chat. I don't show slow play calls on stream. Because what happens is then you guys start talking to me like, yeah, I think this is slow play or this is something. Because like, just one sec, chat. I'm going to mute myself and Mellowcrat for a second. We're back, chat.
Got the GGs. Got the GGs.
The GGs. All right, so we have one other. Oh, people. Why don't you, Mellow?
Yes. I was gonna say, looking at the chat, talking about the stuff that is the packs that are gonna be valid, because people used to talk about how what was it, Brilliant Stars had Raikou, Raichu, Arceus, and Minion. It's gotta be it's gotta be Temporal Forces, right? Because Buddy Poffins, basic Buddy Poffins are $3. Why are common Buddy Poffins $3, dude? $2 to $3 for near mint.
Okay, cool. We just had one person, like, they won.
Earthen Vessels too. Yeah, Earthen Vessels are also expensive. Dude, I gave one away because I opened a ton of Temporal Forces, and someone asked me if I had one, and I was like, yeah, sure, you can have it. I have an extra. And then I looked the other day because I was like, maybe I should pick some extras in case mine start getting damaged or whatever. And Earthen Vessels are starting to get up there too. Yeah, they've been up there for a couple months. That's what I'm saying, Prod. The Series 5 packs. Lock them down. I think I have. Was that the set where they had the Arvins? The Play Pokemon stamped Arvins?
Yeah, I have the stamped ones. I've got like 5 people all complaining about stuff all at once. Sorry.
You're good. Take your time. Get her done.
That one's clear.
Yeah, Michael, real talk. I don't feel bad that I did it. I still have a bunch though, which is like scary because I didn't realize there were that much. No Arvin in 5? Okay. I don't remember which one the Arvin one was in. There is a stamped Arvin already though. I swear I have at least one stamped Arvin. Either that or I dreamt it. Might be off my rocker. Oh, was it 4? Okay. I was gonna say, I think I have at least one stamped Arvin. So I was organizing cards really. Yeah. They exist. I got one right here.
Okay. That one's done. People are being horrible people to each other. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the stamped hollows from these recent prize packs are heat. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I have the Arvin stamped hollows. That was my favorite. I've used like every deck I can.
The stamped hollow gets us boss's orders are my go-tos. I love the way those look. I don't ever bling out my deck, so that's about as close as I'm getting. Is the full set list for 5 out? Spec Series 5. Yeah, Michael, I bet. It's been out. Okay, I thought so. Because we got a bunch of the ace specs that are now in these price packs. Just sick. Yep. I can't wait to draw hollow stamped tulips in every one of my prize packs, man. What I'm looking forward to. Also, the stamped hollow nest balls are sick. I think just the hollow stamps in these are insanely sick.
Sorry, thank you for chatting with chat.
Yeah, dude, I'm happy to fill. I'll always take integrity of the tournament over just focusing too much on entertaining, you know?
Yeah, we have two players going at each other right now. It's a little bit heated, but they're both being very antagonistic. And my thought is just drop it, both of you. We'll move on. If something comes up again, then I'm going to DQ you. It just seems like they're both very heated about it.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Like one person did swear, but it was in response to another thing. And I don't care who started it. I'm ending it.
Yeah. Totally fair. All right, Michael, what are we playing this weekend? That's the real question. You pulling up to this cup?
All right, next round's up. Like I said, I could have done more, but I'm just not. Keep people playing.
Yeah, man, at the end of the day, sometimes it's not worth the trouble.
Brooks is playing Biggest Bro. Oh, that's Maridon. I don't think that's the match we want to watch. Okay, we'll move on from that. Pra is up against Gloose. Who else can we got? Who else do we have? We do have Lauren. Who is Lauren up against? Lauren's always a good watch. Lauren is up against Reggie Drago. Oh, I think the Reggie Drago just took the L. Never mind. Ash is playing. He's probably playing Zard. He might be on right on. He won last week. He is actually on Guardy against Lost Box. They should win that. First Vortex is on against Turbo Moon. Watch that one.
Yeah.
Tyler, drop to him.
Double cup, Michael. But yeah, I have to work tomorrow. Otherwise, I'd probably be doing the same.
Yeah.
A Conkeldurr deck? Yo. Isn't there a Conkeldurr deck in this tournament doing not horrible?
I think so.
2-1. Hey, that can get you top cut.
Yeah, 2-1 can. Yeah, Vortex, if you can stream, I ask you guys, we'll get Dragon, Turbo Dragon versus Bolt. So I think it could be a good matchup, possibly. It depends. Because like you could take so many prizes like quickly with the Drago, or you could lose as quickly with the Drago. We will see. So that is setting up. Right, as soon as Vortex is in a channel, there he is. Looks like the game is already going, so let's go ahead and get that up for you, chat. Again, thank you for everyone being patient with me, and Mellow Crit. Sorry, I'm going to use straight Mellow. Thank you for carrying so hard during this. Again, I try to keep
things rolling. No, I feel you. No, I'll also take Mellow, no problem at all.
Because again, we just had some people.
I gotta sing the Doom song now.
Oh, Pokemon coming in.
Almost 2 years.
Pokemon coming in with a sub. Our CEO, if you want to call it that, of casting. I mean, she handles so much of it. Hopefully you're having a good night, Emmy. It has been a rough night for me a little bit. Again, I'll talk a little bit more about it. So there's just people getting heated. People get heated. Sucks, but it always makes me sad, kind of thing. So I gotta read the room. Like, at least people, it's seeing a situation and being like, okay, how do you handle it? Especially online, you can't always tell intention with people, right? Like we're talking about that cup I had with the little one. We had one player get so salty he threw his like deck box. And
That's crazy.
You can tell how salty he was.
Yeah, no need for that. No need for that. All right, nice little setup here. 2 Regidraros to work with as well, so we're not crying too much if this Roaring Moon deck is able to take out one. But it looks like we might be ripping the stop to kick things off, so this hand might be maybe not feeling so hot, or then Vessel to kick things off. Wouldn't hate to squawk away a little bit of energy, but we're getting rid of energy to grab some energy, so plenty of energy getting rotated in and out. Still no other Mon besides the Squawk though. Roaring Moon finally coming down. And I think it's going to be, I mean, this deck is basically just a Sada bot, right? We're just Sada and pray right now to take that first knockout and start going 2-2-2 on this beast.
All right. 2-2-2.
Draw down, so we've even got this switch set up. And we are squawking in season for 6 with none discards. Beautiful stuff. This is exactly what you want to see for the Roaring Moon player. So now we're kind of just digging to see if we can find our way into a Sada. We don't even need to use Roaring Moon's second attack because the Pokestop is already in play. So we're hitting for 220 with that Calamity Storm, which is more than enough to get that KO on the Squawk ability.
Okay. I'd also admit this, so going for that. talking about that, I do keep a list of like everything we call on people. I always love when like we have people squabble. I always put it as unsportsmanlike conduct. I feel like an NFL ref.
15-yard penalty.
15-yard penalty, repeat, first down, or whatever.
All right, dark patch coming down, so we are getting a moon fully loaded up. Switch already waiting in the wings from the Petrorunt. So it's looking like we're in there. Pokestop gonna get us even more here. That's 3 bonus search off of a clean Pokestop to continue to set up either attackers, or if we really feel like it, a couple more support mons. Radiant Greninja getting us a little bit more card draw as well. 9 card hand right now for a Roaring Moon player. First turn going second feels pretty good.
I see they got the moon set up. They got a Fez down. Okay. I think one of the biggest things that's going to help the Drago possibly is if they're able to get a 2-price turn, a multi-price turn. Which right now does not feel like it's going to happen unless they miss. So we have a person in chat asking about any tips for a beginner player. One of the biggest things is what is play a lot, find a deck that you like, and just keep playing, keep trying, keep learn and slow down. This is actually something I've been playing the game on again, off again for 25 years easily. And one problem I have is I always play too fast all the time, and I have to sit there and say, I have to say to myself, slow down. And because like I will play fast, like I'm taking like less than a second sometimes for actions. I should be taking like 5.
Bit of advice. I love it. In this case, though, Rojo not going slow at all. He's going to kick off the prize trade with 2 prizes on the board in turn 1. And we already have energy up the wazoo all over this board. It's packed right now, Doom. And it doesn't look like we even have an attack quite lined up for our Regidrago. So we're going to need to see a couple things. That certainly helps. Going to be able to get that Dragapult EX into the discard. Start digging for more energy. We still need at least 1 energy switch. Flip the script to help out a little bit. Going to draw 3 cards. Still not quite there.
Well, Yoki Sam 47, thank you for the follow.
Decisions here, digging through, checking the deck just to make sure that they have what they need. Looks like it's going to be a Curum grab. And oh, is there no V-Star?
I gotta check something.
Oh my goodness, there is no other V-Star in the deck, and they didn't realize. They went to go Ultra Ball and there was no V-Star because one had got dumped a little bit earlier. So now they're just gonna have to either draw into it here off of the Iono and maybe another bubble search. That is unfortunate.
Very.
Oh, you get there, never punished. Never check your prizes. Unfair stamp isn't real. We always draw what we need. We're still not quite there. We still need an E-switch, but now that we have access to that V-Star power on the Regidrago V-Star, we're going to be able to dig through cards off the top. We're even going to get access to our Mute EX here to try and draw down. There is something we can discard off of this. Could Ultra Ball for nothing, but here we go. Legacy Star. Let's see if we get there. There's the energy switch. So we can attack this turn at the very least. But what are we attacking with here is, I think the question. I think if you punch here, the poison ticks, right? So we'd be at 210. The tick would not even take down that Roaring Moon. So it would be free to attack again. And at that point, a Calamity Storm would be absolutely worth it. Or sorry, Frenzied Gouging. Frenzied Gouging would be absolutely worth it there.
We have so many calls tonight. I apologize to everyone about not being here as much as I should be.
Happens, man. Happens, man.
One of them I'm having to translate.
Oh goodness! If you need help, I do speak fluent Spanish.
It is in Spanish,
I don't know if that is the language that's associated, but
it is actually. But Google Translate seems to be doing it.
All right. Yeah, let me know because Spanish is my first language actually. And someone called it out in chat. I think it might be the play. It might be a double Trifrost play.
Ooh, that's gonna.
So this could be the one. I don't think we play any way to get out of this damage, but we didn't draw prize cards. Now, Rojo doesn't know this, right? Rojo doesn't know that we have 2 V-Stars prized. But the fact that we didn't take a KO here means we have no way of getting another V out of the prizes. So actually, Calamity or Frenzied Gouging here from the active Moon would still do a lot of hurt to this deck, because even if you trade back with your Ogre Pawn, they're still just one attack away from winning. How do they get another V-Star? That's the problem. They don't. Yeah, they can't get another V-Star because they didn't commit to an attack here, so they actually don't get the KO. Rod, they do have 1 Rod, but I believe no Stretcher. 1 Rod, no Stretcher, and the Rod was already played. Yep. It already got played when they realized that their only V-Star was the one that they discarded at the start of the game off of the Squawkabilly search, off of the Squawkabilly draw. So now, I mean, that's crazy. He drew into it off of the Cell KO. Never punished. And we drew into the E-Switch follow-up too. That's crazy. We still need another one though. We still need a little bit more to get there. Holy smokes. Is this what playing Reggie Drago is like? You're just living on a prayer and drawing out of it every single time? Dude. I respect it. I like the thrill. Still not there though. We actually do we even have an attack lined up? I don't think so. I understand the frustration. Did we already have an Ogre Pawn with energy, by the way? Because well, I guess you're either drawing into the Prime Catcher. There's a rule, I guess, where you could have attacked with that Ogre Pawn if it did have energy. I didn't quite see it. But I mean, we're short here. You could superior energy away. Have we drawn with Mew? We get superior energy away, Prime Catcher plus superior. Grab 2 energy, then Ultra Ball them away, grab nothing, draw 3 with Mew. Attacking Fez was an option on the build. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if there was maybe another route. But Fez is still 3 energy though, right? So it would have been about the same. That is all the draws? Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a concession. That's unfortunate.
That's very...
Made it look like they were gonna come through with it though. That's nuts. I didn't even think about that. The fact that the Calamity Store drew them into a Regidrago was like false hope, it looks like.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's just back and forth, back and forth. Someone has a wrong deck list, now they're fighting me about a wrong deck list, or someone went into a game with a wrong deck list, right? And they caught it before they, like, as soon as they drew cards. We have a process for that. You get a warning on first time, game loss on second time. And if you restart, the person who did bring the right deck list gets a chance to choose first or second and one reset of their own.
Can't catch a break, man.
I know.
I mean, hopefully, things smooth out a little bit as we get deeper into these games. Yeah, Vortex, that was close. Almost made it happen. Oh, you had 2 E-Switch prize too. That's gross.
That is gross. Prizing can suck.
2 Drago, 2 E-Switch. Yeah, that's tough. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, the person who's fighting me, I won the game. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 fighting energy out with 2 listed. So I'm sorry if you want to see that call. It's actually in the judge screenshots of the Discord. But yeah. So that is a game loss because they already played all the way to the point where there was 1 prize left.
Had a game this morning.
Okay.
With Gold Tango, we prize 3. That's horrible. That's you pack that one up.
Okay, I can tell you about the worst match I ever had. I was playing Gardevoir out of Cup. Oh, you're like, oh, Doom, Gardevoir again. I prized 3 out of the 4 rolls. And I really needed to hit the Mirage Step, and I missed it, and that was a game.
Oh no.
Worst game of my life.
Worst game I ever played was actually against Caleb Rogerson. I was playing Lost Zard, like Zard box. And I started Radiant Zard and it was literally like pass. And Buddy's playing Guardy, just setting up his board. And I'm sitting here like bench 1 Comfey. Pass.
Done that.
And then and then obviously it was like, well, I guess this is getting scream-tailed. Bench 1 Comfey. Pass. It was horrible. It was not a fun time. I mean, it was cool to see Caleb playing Guardy. That's never a not fun time, but I was just sitting there waiting to draw a switch. Which, mind you, the deck plays 8. The deck plays 8 switch. And we saw none switch.
All right, so good news for chat. Good news for you. Palafin is 4-0.
Let's go, baby.
He beat the Miraidon. I'm like sitting there like I'm being a Palafin hater, I guess. Like, oh no, Palafin can't beat Miraidon. Let's don't put this on stream. I bet you anything, excuse my French, he fucked it up. Miraidon did Miraidon things, drew pass, or went 0 for 4 on electric generators. That happens. So who else? We do have a Charizard Pidgeot 4-0, a Raging Bolt 4-0. Now that I'm off all these judge calls, I'm looking, I'm like, oh my god, what's going on with my tournament? Everything's happening. Let's see, Pra 3-1 with the Raging Bolt Ogerpon. We got 3-1. Right on here, Snorlax at 3-1. see. We do have a 4-0 Drago box. Let's see what the Drago box looks like. Like Drago box. Actually, playing the Temple of Sinnoh has become a popular one. I played against one today. It was playing Jamming Tower. Ruined my day.
That'll do it.
Check the overall metagame. Here, actually, I'll reshare my screen with you so you can see where I keep forgetting. Screen so you can see what I'm looking at. There you go. Alrighty. Regidrago looks horrible tonight. Gardevoir looks a little bit better. Charizard Pidgeot's having a good night. Other is not. Right on almost 500. Actually, we can update. Like, I kind of want to mess with Finn. It might be a good best of one deck. I mean, it hits hard. Oh, Miraidon went down further. Raging Bolt Ogerpon having a good night. Ancient Box, pretty much 500. Because it counts ties as a loss on the win percentage. Turbo Roaring Moon, nearly 500. Lost Box Charizard having a good night. Got a 4-0. I mean, how often does that happen? You see Lost Box Charizard doing well.
This deck is so good, man. I actually love this deck. I've played it a couple times. It's just so sick because it's like it does the work of like some of like the 2-prize beat sticks, but then you're still Lost Box. So if people don't like have the text for a Lost Box, you can still just Lost Box them to death. And I think that's a beautiful thing. But it is not like the funnest deck I think to play. I think there's some fun cards that are being played in some of these lists as well. I think I've seen the Hassle played in a lot of the Lost Box Charizards. I think it's like the only deck that's using that card.
Let's find out. Chat's asking, how is Walking Wake doing? I don't see it. Yeah, I know how to find it quickly.
2-2. It's right there, 48.
48 Savid can pull magic out of a hat. Sometimes he just isn't able to. Arceus, Lucas coming in 3-1. Knuckles coming in with Luxray Control at 3-1. Knuckles, a top 8 Worlds competitor for Tournament of Doom. King Heracross with the Ancient Box at 3-1. Another player we see constantly in the tournaments. Like I see so many names. I'm just like, oh, I know them. Doomloud. Another one, 3-1. Alligator Stretch, I believe, is a new player. Neo Erlandson, 4-0 with the Drago. We already talked about that. The Zaos 69, Dragapult 4-0. What did they play? Dude. Skyline 1190, thank you for the follow. And also Lirio BB Cam, you followed me like 9 minutes ago. I apologize. I thank you for the follow as well. And we're gonna have ads start up here in about 2 minutes, which is actually fine because then that means when the next round starts, we won't have an ad during the game, which is the important thing.
That's a pretty balanced matchup spread for that deck, so I think it's just getting played well and seems to be drawing well. Sometimes that's what it takes, right? For even decks that may not be considered the S tier decks. Like we were talking about earlier, sometimes it feels like every time I play against a Dragapult list, they always got it. They always got it every time.
Yeah, like we see here, Gloose with Charizard Pidgeot. Had the Conkeldurr, went 0-3 drop.
Sad.
Oh, he hit like all the worst matches too. Let's look at what the deck he looks like. I have no idea how this deck functions, and I don't know if I want to know.
Maybe it doesn't. Truly, maybe it doesn't.
Skyline, 2 years. 2 years I've been doing this after dark, Friday nights, every week. People show up and I keep doing it. People keep playing. Like it's what? Like midnight? Past almost 1 in the morning for you, Mello?
Yep, we're coming up on 1 a.m., but the real champ is definitely Doom out here doing this every single week. Absolutely insane, but gotta respect it.
I'm at what? Let's see. Yeah, over 2 years. Mrs. Doom knows about it. I've been trying to get the attention of Ghost, or to be like, hey, I drink your stuff before every tournament. Please sponsor me. But I did find out And I've talked to some people in chat like, oh, Doom's talked about this before. I fully got communication open up with Red Bull for the next regional.
Hey, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing.
They have
That'd be amazing.
They are talking to me, like kind of figuring out, okay, what you do, what can we do, but also, Elisa Pegs, thank you for the follow. Also, we talked a little bit about it on stream before about doing an IRL Doom 1K.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be so sick.
Tabletop Village runs a 1K every so often.
Is it produced? Is it like, do you guys have a tabletop setup?
We've had it before. I've actually streamed it before. What's up, Mariah Panda?
Oh, awesome.
It was actually the Silver Tempest.
Oh, sick.
10, Monitor 10, 03. Oh, another Conkeldor. There was more. Yeah, well, hey, you should be able to be biggest, bro. The rest of it kind of hurts. But that one, our first matchup in that was we had Mr. Primetime Wizard himself, Juancho Saldana, go play Lugia in the mirror match against Mr. Lake of Rage himself, Mellow Magikarp, aka Kevin Clemente, as our opening match. And they both like opened up Raikou against each other. And they both we all just started laughing. Like you could even hear us from the office. I was supposed to be like nearly soundproof-ish. Us, me and Emmy laughing our ass off. That's how bad it was. I wish at the time I couldn't stream to YouTube as well. Old Twitch rules, so the VOD's lost as far as I know. Lost media. But it was a fun 8 rounds, and then top 8 decided they were done. They split the prizing, and that was the end of stream. But we had with the IRL tournament, no one gets to sit there and say, "Oh, I can't stream." You just grab them. You go, "Hey, you're streaming. Get over to that table." Well, I'm trying to figure out the logistics because I would like to bring my own setup and see if I can get into just have like an Ethernet cable into their thing. Like I'm working. I have an old. Funny enough, I want to use an old cell phone. You can use older cell phones have decent cameras. Usually they'll stream in 1080p, which is about all you need.
Yep.
So as long as I have a power bank, oh wow, we actually ended on time. We actually ended ahead of time.
Let's go.
Let's just get this going. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, man. We're just gonna keep going. We'll find a match.
All right, let's get into this next match. Yo, is this Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Mad Bite, the fighting type Ursaluna card real? Like, is there a deck for this card?
Yes.
Because I've seen some builds of it with like the Duskull line. You can start hitting for some dummy numbers.
Elephant versus Dragapult. I want to reach out to them and see if either one of them can stream. I'm going to ask them. I'm not going to say it's 100%, but I'd like to see them. If not, let's see. We got Cash with Gardevoir versus Luxray Control. We have Jam with Lost Box Charizard versus Lost Box Tina.
That's pretty saucy.
Lauren with the versus Arceus.
That says it's clunky. Yeah, I can imagine so. Because it's just loading up fighting energy, right? There's no like super easy way to do it. What do you have? Pickaxe? I saw a list the other day that looked kind of juiced.
If one of them says he can't, he's afraid of stream snipers. I always bring up if someone stream snipes, we do punish them. And we are on delay as well. So if it becomes obvious, we punish them. But if you don't feel all right, so one of them says he can, but it's his first tournament. He just wants to kind of play right now. We'll do later. So let's jump. Let's do Lauren versus Lucas. Since it's already set up and they're probably already playing, so just get a game on.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it rolling. Oh, you're right. It literally the ability is play, accelerate energy. That's right.
Like I always try to get like newish players, try to get good decks on, but sometimes you just someone's like, okay, like this is their first tournament, they're not sure about it, I'm not positive, you just try your best. It's not like, again, like it's not IRL where I can just go grab somebody by the neck and say you're streaming.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Nest Crew, that's fair, but then you play Scoop Up Cyclone plus a penny and you're rolling in it.
Yeah, Knuckles, I almost said you and Cash, but you're playing Control versus Charizard, and using Control beats Charizard. As much as I like Cash and think know he's a good player, I just don't. It's a good matchup. Now, if he was playing Miraidon, which I saw some Miraidons are putting Spirit Tomb back in their deck, if only for the Control matchup. And a little bit Lugia, so that Lugia can't set up.
I love the Spirit Tomb, man. I think the Spirit Tomb is so strong.
Oh, that's
it
right.
also slows down a lot. It slows down anything that uses Luminion. It's not just them. Luminion is finding its way into a lot, honestly, a lot of decks that I wouldn't expect to see it in, like the Miraidons.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see.
I wouldn't hate to see Control into Guardy though. That one's not horrible.
All right. There we go. Game is going. I mean, it's not horrible, but Guardy has a hard matchup against Control. Because, like, if they hit accompanying flute, which I believe Knuckles plays, I'm just going on basic stuff with it, or Erica's Hospitality. That's something you don't want. It just ruins your game. Like,
yeah.
Like your preferred setup is like, it's like something that can deal a lot of damage, and then like a Guard of War. That's it. Like, we watched a finals where it was Guardy versus Control. The Control went 0 for 8 over 2 games with accompanying. And all the Guardian did was just keep attacking, keep attacking, keep attacking.
All right, y'all. We have the Banette on deck. It's that time.
Can I get Sofka with 000? No. Sadly, no. I mean, I guess you could if you paid me like $500. I could try to sneak you in.
Crack these images open. Here we go. Pokestop. Get things started. Another Poffin. Can continue to load up our bench. I feel like the Banette here doesn't benefit that much from the item block. But I mean, I guess you can get the Klefki. Actually, the Klefki being the starter here is brutal, because if you stop the Arceus from using switches, I mean, they're gonna hard retreat it, of course, but still not. I don't think the best thing that you'd like to see in front of you is a Shuppet.
I mean, Coffee. I mean, if anything, I will always take a bribe into Shopcut. Money is money. It's my tournament. I'm not sanctioned by Pokemon, so I can do whatever I want. What's up, Mike?
Oh man, this bench is stuffed with goodies.
All right. And double checking. Oh, I pressed buttons again. Hotkey buttons. I didn't mean to. And so I wrong.
That Pokestop definitely hurt. That is not the Pokestop you want to see for the Arceus.
All right, what was the Pokestop?
Arceus V-Star and 2 energies.
Oh.
I don't think neither of which is fire, but we do see the switch in there, so we do get the switch in. We're gonna see the attack from the Arceus. Still nothing else on bench for our Arceus player, but
Nice stretcher.
Iona here gonna reset the situation a little bit.
We could see if he gets another. If he gets another one, if Lauren gets another one. Candy, Dustnor. Get the Banette set up, and then you can give up 2 prizes. I almost essentially lock him out of the game.
Yeah, we did not get another Arceus on board here, so which is crazy because we saw the draw from we saw the V-Star used and we saw the draw from the Iona. I don't recall if the V-Star, well, I guess we can't really know what the V-Star grabbed, but it looks like we are going to use that first Dustnor to go 1 for 1. Oh, could we see the donk here?
There's a possibility.
Is that what we're considering? Night Stretcher can grab us another energy.
Oh.
And that's 8 cards in hand for the Arceus player, so there's a lot of trainers in there probably.
You could also Night Stretcher back the Dustnor, more damage on there, and make the KO even easier.
Oh man. Looks like it's gonna be the play.
And then on top of that, if you do find the energy, yeah, I don't think you hit it until you research it first.
Considering the Alakazam here.
Push the Mew. The options.
We're gonna go straight into the restart. Just gonna get us a Clops, so we're really adding up the damage here.
Giving up the prizes.
I think we're quite there. Pokestop needs to hit an Ultra Ball, right?
A little bit closer.
There's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. It's not the card we need.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay. All right.
No. Oh. Okay. At this point, do you give them a shot? You have to give them a shut it, and this is just now they have more chances to set up. So close.
For the big play, but we didn't quite get there.
Open shadow and damage.
That is a heads.
No. Okay, so if they don't get a Arceus off the prizes or anything, that hand's staying that pretty big.
They have to have drawn it. Okay,
so
we're back in here and the Scroll it.
And the boss's orders.
Oh my gosh.
And they can scroll it here and force them to. Oh, rough. They went for it. I don't blame them for going for it. Rough.
Yeah, now our Banette really isn't going to do any damage with that main attack.
I mean, you can Iona them to 3. But what good is that doing you? And you can't, unless you play Energy Switch, you can't Blood Ursaluna. 2, 1. Actually, you could. Then they win with Charizard.
Yep.
No, they don't. They're kind of short.
260. That's right. And nothing to load up energy with. So at the very least, they're still like playing the game. But this is like, okay, if we find a way to knock out this Arceus, it's a whole different ball game.
Like that's one way, because you can put the damage up.
Yeah, it's all about finding those bonnets, man. They're just not showing up to work. I think it'd be a good time to take an energy count here, maybe, and see what's left. There was a good amount of stuff dumped.
I think what they were looking for. Sorry, Lauren was looking for was if they had any more switches, because if they put the Ursaluna in the active, they have to be able to get it out. And they're looking like if you could get the Banette, but then it's like, what else happens?
Yeah, it'd be like Banette, Countercatcher, Trap for a turn. Hope they don't see a way to retreat it like a Bidoof immediately.
Damage on there. Make them draw a prize. But even now, if
I guess now we can attack with Ursaluna, but it doesn't matter because we have the Radiant Charizard there.
Well, the Charizard still doesn't KO it.
We need one more energy. We don't have the damage. You're right. You're right. We have the max belt.
That is true.
I have the max belt.
But they're going to only have 2 cards in hand. The other issue comes up is how do you retreat the Blood Moon Ursaluna? Takes a lot to retreat.
Very painful spoons. Gonna move around counters. Yeah, and I think they're just going for it.
KO here. You have to trust in Lauren. You have to trust in Lucas. Like, they both do really well. Now we got the Banette. Lucas.
So we have the option of the Prime Catcher, which would be one way to get it out of the active. Oh, there's a jet though.
Well, it's still 10 short unless they got the belt.
Do they just have it like that? They would have played it already, right? If they had it like that?
I believe so.
Maybe they're realizing now.
Like, oh, I'm short. And then they have to reset for a turn. On top. So, like, okay, it's like, okay, one goes back, one goes back. We have to see what they get here.
Put down. We put back one Arceus. V-Star.
If they got bossed, or they can win.
That is.
Oh, no. They're still short. No, I'm sorry. They aren't. There's the 250. I don't know. You give them more cards. They're out of switches. And Char, again, like, there were so many different lines they could take. Like, I keep seeing the comment that I don't know what was right or what was wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, Char, if they attach to the baby Banette. Or the baby, I guess they are only babies. I don't remember if they attached to a Shuppet to get more draw somehow. But yeah, there's a chance we could have blown that up.
Because the other issue that comes up. Oh, actually, no. Double Turbo doesn't even KO the bear. You just gotta hope they don't have a switch out. Oh no, that's Char. Actually, I encourage thinking out loud. Like,
it's okay. It's just about to win my deck out, by the way.
It can win by deck out, yeah. Well, what I'm afraid of is these get a double turbo on them. I think they all hit too little. They don't hit hard enough to KO. Like, you need that 10 damage. I'm looking it up. I gotta double check.
Hyper Fang does 30, so with DTE, if we get ahead, we are knocking it out with 10 damage. Oh, baby.
Did you get it? Did you write it down?
We're gonna have to wait a turn either way because we need to get this Radzard out of the active. So yeah, we're just gonna wait another turn.
You could KO the Bidoof and make them pray.
We're looking for a prime catcher here.
No prime,
catcher.
Well, the bears attack. I'm telling you, you can move the damage. 1, 2. Destroy. Use Dusclops with the Night Stretcher. Or you even use Dust Noir if you don't even want to move the damage.
Got the candy.
So you have to get rid of that. It's going to come down to if they can find another DTE, and then is it going to be is it going to be a coin flip? Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
Even now, I feel like it would benefit Lauren if she hit the Iono. Just put down even one less card. This has been a really good game.
Yeah, I don't see much more reason to hold on to it either, so kind of agree here. Iono down to the last 6 cards for Lauren. Restart for 1. I mean, I don't think we're really looking for anything here. We're just hoping there's no DTE coin flip win here would be pretty crazy. Let's see it. Radiant Charizard is going to go down. Blood Moon Ursaluna claiming yet another prize card.
And there's the prime catcher.
It's got to be a dub here. Can we get there? Pokestop still an option. Nest Ball. It's gonna be the Klefki. Oh, the barrel is the last card. But now you can't attack with the Bidoof.
Now let's put another Bidoof down. There's an
Arceus is gonna come down. Bidoof going down. And the judge. There's only 10 cards left, but
and you still have the Pokestop. Oh,
and we drew back into the prime catcher. Yeah, I'm sure they're just looking for a DTE here, right? Is that the last ditch effort?
Yeah.
Plus a way to switch. Klefki into active. Yep, that's right. They could not attack the Klefki with Ursaluna. But I think unless we saw the DTE here, it's wrapped up. Okay. All right. Well, they got there, and they're back down to a 0 card hand. But unfortunately, we know on the other side of the board that is not going to be enough. Prime catcher already in hand is going to be able to scoop this one up.
Really good game. Got down to the last prize. Like, I thought, okay, maybe they get the donk on Arceus. We all thought that was a possibility.
Yeah, beautifully navigated there.
Very good.
I
Very
love
good
the way that played out. They had any energy that was game with Joust. Oh, good point. Yeah, they didn't even need the coin flip.
Oh yeah, Joust.
Yeah, so any non-DTA energy would have done it. Actually, even a magma basin. There were actually a lot of outs there. Some good stuff. Revisit this deck when counter gain is legal. Yeah.
Oh my god, counter game's gonna be interesting. Alright, sorry. Going back. Again, I hate when we get like a game freeze and there's not much we can do about it. It sucks, but it is what it is. But if you record it, like I can't reset a game at like 10 minutes left or 5 minutes left. And sometimes the game just disconnects.
We are sometimes very much at the mercy of the PTCG Live gods. Actually, we always are, pretty much constantly.
100%. All right. Again, some updates coming in. Ooh. Alpin went down to the Dragapult. Ryan now coming in 5-0 with the Gardevoir. Neo Arlinson 5-0 with the Dragapult. Drago featuring Dragapult. Other Arceus, the Grand 5-0. See, Crux still 4-1. They have such a high opponent win percentage. D-Shred 1 with a Raging Bolt. Loose, Supercell Cambo with a Snorlax. Let me reshare my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Tell me about that.
Good. I was sort of caught up on the stream.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the standings. Somehow the numbers.
Yeah, man, these Charizard Zard box lists, lost Zard lists are cooking, it looks like. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good pick when you expect a lot of big 2-prize beat stick decks. You're kind of just streamlined to deal just enough damage to be taking KOs on them, which is pretty awesome. And like we've mentioned before, you're always at the end of the day a Lost Zone deck, so you have some okay matchups into a lot of other stuff. I think the biggest fear is obviously your Regidrago matchup, because your board gets stomped by that Trifrost.
All right. We got a person who can't figure out why they are disconnecting, which is fine. Like, you can have a strong connection and everything, and sometimes you just disconnect. Like, I have a 1 gigabyte internet line. I am directly plugged into the router. I'm like 2 feet away from my computer from the router. And sometimes I still disconnect myself. So, it sucks. I hope the player it happened to. Again, it is what it is. This Jam is 4-1, Mr. What I call one of our final bosses.
Jam, is it because of the double mana fee, or are we playing around the? Are you just not that worried about it? Just not respecting it at all?
let him discard the energy, I guess, and then
and then win. That's a pretty fair point. It is a big energy commit. Like it really is.
Here you go. This is why.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, Monkey Dory does make sense.
Yep.
We could watch Jam next round.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I always love a good Jam game. I'm a big fan of Sorry, but it's a deck I've been thinking about for potentially pulling up with this weekend. But
We'll see who Jam plays against. Like, especially if he is playing against Drago, we'll see how he plays against it. Like, I mean, look at this. We got 2 4-1s with the Lost Box Charizard. It's out there.
Yeah, it's a good deck.
It's still going. I'm still relevant. Don't count me out yet.
You can't kill it, man. You can't. It's a Lost Box deck. You have to Lost Zone it. You can't just knock it out. Yeah, I was gonna say that's my bigger worry is the fact that they can just cure him. Are you just not using Colress?
Yeah. Because like we had that during the Doom World tournament where they just kept using the opponent was Lost Box and they started cure him and then they realized, oh, they use Colress.
Yep, because you can just bench it and attack with it for free. Well, not for free, for 1 energy, but shoot, might as well be free.
Oh wow, I don't know if you follow baseball, but Shohei Ohtani just joined the 40-40 club, 40 home runs, 40 steals, with a walk-off grand slam. Wow. And also, the Los Angeles Chargers had to issue a press release that a bunch of their players got stuck in an elevator at the team hotel in Dallas. Sports are funny. All right.
Use the Paltai. I can see how there's lines though. You're right, because it's only taking 1 prize at a time. Are you saying because of the mana fee? Because we can see like at best you're hitting 1 canceling cologne plus cure him.
Because if you got double,
you can do that twice though with Apex Dragon or with the V-Star ability.
Right.
You can cologne again. You do need a lot though. You're right. That is, we're talking like dream tier combos.
Which I mean, there's a lot of them. Like, does anyone remember doing the Jirachi extra prize combos where you use like Mr. Mime, put it like in your prizes right where you wanted it? Oh, well, thankfully, Mr. Mime isn't legal anymore. Otherwise, we'd be seeing Blissey.
Yeah, Blissey.
I'm surprised Blissey fell off entirely. Like, I thought it might be a deck, and it turned out not to. Which, talking about that Blood Moon Ursaluna deck, and there's a 3/1/1.
Hey, here we go. Yeah, with the 4 Iron Valiant.
I forgot to check inactive players this round. Our last 2 rounds. There's a bunch of 3-round misses. Let's go ahead and drop all those. Dropped. I usually forget after like the first 3 rounds. All right. Let's see what the one match that did go to time. I'm sure they're not having issues. Looks like they reported it right at time, which makes my life harder. But this Blood Moon Ursaluna deck's kind of interesting. I played against it with Gardevoir, and Gardevoir just kind of ran it over.
Yeah, I could see that.
I do ask anyone, if you do come to time and you hit win and time just finished, have that screenshot. I'm going to be right there just as fast as you can because I want to move on. I'm not going to lie. I'm ready to move on. When am I getting this one on stream depending on its matchup? I'm surprised it tied Turbo Roaring Moon. let's go move to Jam and get set up there. I already lost my screen now.
You're good. I could see it maybe going even with the Turbo Roaring. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I thought it would.
It depends on whether the Roaring Moon has like the one prize or attacking options. 150 is not an easy number to hit.
No. Come on, post to the tournament Discord. Just waiting. Always the hard part.
Be like that. All right, Jam. I'm ready to see this. Because right now I'm between playing this or playing Drago. So this weekend's events. Part of me wants to put down Lost Box, but I just really love that deck, man. It's just really fun. Genuinely a really fun deck to play.
Yeah, I find like I like it as well. Like I still sometimes I want to go back to Lost Zone Giratina.
When in doubt, Flower Select. Turbo Roaring Moon deck max is at 170. Yeah, I was gonna say 150. I guess you can just attack with the moons, and if they to be fair, if you draw bad enough, because like to set up the extra damage on from the Blood Moon or Ursuluna, because you're doing 100 plus 30 for each, right? So to hit 230, you have to have what, 8 damage counters. So that's also not that easy to hit. So as long as they just can avoid using Frenzied Gouging, that's probably pretty good for the Moon player. And they hit your, actually, that's probably the bigger issue, is that they hit your Iron Valiance or weakness. Right, Iron Valiant, or is this one of those psychic Pokemon that's weak to some other nonsense? Yeah, it's weak to steel, actually. So they're not hitting you for weakness. I misspoke. I couldn't remember if it's one of those psychic Pokemon that has some other random weakness, but it's weak to steel, so it's not weak. So I guess Roaring Moon does not have that going for it. No free 2 prizers. So I could see that being a pretty interesting matchup, actually, on its own.
Right. Next round is up. We have Jam going up against Joey Horman. I don't know how to say that name. Horeman. Playing Bloglax. But this could be interesting considering like they have so many different outs. Like Sableye can wreak havoc.
Yeah, we'd be having switch cards for sure.
And I want to bring this up on chat, on stream. Again, as always, being full about anything that happens. If you say you won, you have a tournament screenshot of the win, and it takes you 4 minutes to produce said screenshot, I am not going to believe you. Like, if you have it, you should be able to post it, right? We're gonna watch you, Jam. You're an amazing player. You can pull it out. If anyone in chat disagrees, or Mello if you disagree with that kind of rolling.
I have both of them. Let me look at the list, because it does suck.
Yeah.
If accompanying flute hits your Ursaluna or your Radzard, you're cooked.
Fuck.
You're like so fried. So flute plus Erica's, unless you can Lost Zone the Ursaluna early or Lost Zone
if you
the Radzard early.
If you get lost on all the things you don't want.
How many vacuums are we playing? We're playing 1 vacuum. I mean, I think it might just be a bit of a coin flip. I think as soon as we see the hit on the on one of those, we're gonna be in a world of hurt. Otherwise, it's not. I don't think it's that bad a matchup. We're playing 3 switch cards, 3 switch, and the prime catcher. Plus, a lot of our stuff just punches, but we're also playing double Manaphy though, bro. Like, there's so much stuff that could get stuck.
All right, looks like they are going, and I forgot to update the names.
And Tatsugiri, you know what? Yeah, this is looking where. I mean, we can find another matchup. We can probably just pause on it for a bit.
We'll watch it up to a point, and then if it gets really bad, we do have other players. There's a couple other players still streaming.
Yeah, I'd say probably half your mons though are both bad starters or bad flute targets.
Because we always jump to Lauren. We still have Cash playing Guardy. So I mean, like, there's still people. What's Cash's record?
Baby, we're cooked.
Cash is 3-2, but it's still.
All right, comfy start. We got Jet Energies to work with as well. So I mean, there are switch cards accompanying Flute off the rip,
but it's
not gonna find anything too bad.
Like 2 Pokemon you want anyways.
Man, that was right off the bat.
And neither one. You know, they're looking for the Ursaluna. They're looking for that Radzard.
Right.
If you can find a way to get rid of that Radzard, it'd be even better.
Stuck in the hand right now, so no easy way to get rid of it. And the Temple is actually going to stop our Jet Energies from taking effect. So now we got 2 very dangerous cards in hand. Here we go.
You can just get rid of the Pokemon and keep everything else.
Yep. I don't see, there might be some scenarios where you maybe want to use the Iron Bundles ability, but I don't think it's worth holding in the hand. I think getting rid of it, definitely good.
Rescue boards ain't doing you much good, but Nor's calm. I would attach the energy. Board. Attach the psychic energy.
Spinning attack, man, that's 30 damage. 30 damage you could be doing.
He's got to know the Jet Energy doesn't work, though. How many stadiums does each player play? So Jam plays. Well, okay, he's got multiple ways of getting it off.
Yeah, he plays a Temple of his own, which is a little unfortunate. We have the Lost Vacuum, which preferably you want to combo it with a card that isn't going to get stuck. But I mean, ultimately, the fact that we have Konfei in the front, I don't think the Lax player is really too concerned about getting something bigger stuck, because I don't think we're committing energies to the Konfei. So we're probably not going to hit that spinning attack, right? So now I think we're just going to go into the regular Lax stuff. Maybe Misfortune Sisters. Erica's Invitation could be annoying to hit the Radzard just to force them to have a switch. Flower selecting, I believe this gets us to 4. Ooh, cool. See, this is a little bit interesting now because it's a 1 of Iono. Hand disrupting here would be pretty cool, but we're going to continue to get set up.
I don't think Counter Catcher ever comes into play. So go ahead and just eat that to the Lost Zone. And your next big problem is you have so many cards in hand. Your opponent's like could be sitting on that Erica's.
Go, putting down the Sableye, saving it there for later, setting that thing up. Just getting rid of the hand, honestly, to prevent, or I guess dissuade a little bit from something like an Airy, which there is 2 of on the side of our Snorlax player. So we're going to start to kick things off with the damage. Counter Catcher's not yet live. So the only way to really move something up and prevent this Cramorant from attacking again would be a boss's orders. Misfortune Sister is going to be The selection here, we'll see just how much we're able to hit here. Still quite a few switch cards that were left in deck. Looks like we hit a Poffin.
Poffin.
Two Poffins, two switches. One switch.
We've used 2 switches, so.
Okay. All right. So we can initiate the prize trade. That's pretty good. Not the stadium bump you want if you want to start using these jet energies, but I mean, at this point, you're kind of going attack, I think.
I think you're holding back because you're not allowing their counter catchers active. And
Vacuum's there.
Vacuum. You can get rid of a Pokemon here.
We're gonna hold it. So now at risk of an Airy, that could be pretty bad. We don't want to lose this Lost Vacuum. Accompanying Flute gonna hit a Manaphy as well. Still no easy way to bring it up. As you mentioned, we don't actually get to see, but the Zerozix Machinations is going to force the discard here. 5 cards. It's not horrible, but now we have the hand information. So an Airy could be pretty impactful on the next turn, knowing that they're holding a Super Rod and a Lost Vacuum. And we're kind of just right back to the Flower Select, aren't we? Another switch card and a stadium bump. That one hurts a little bit for sure. Switch card going to be the selection here. That means realistically, we're only going to get one opportunity to use this jet energy before another Temple of Sinnoh probably goes down. And it looks like decision being made here, potentially Lost Vacuuming away a Nest Ball, perhaps, to get rid of this Temple of Sinnoh, jet energy up. This Cramorant? No, it looks like it is going to be the own escape board. 10 in the Lost Zone, and we can start ripping this Lost Mine.
I think that's what he's doing, is playing around as much as he can.
Oh, that's right. That's right, Blaze. You're totally right. I was mistaken. Zerozix does not show the hand, so we don't have the hand knowledge. I got UI baited there a little bit. Looked a little too much like the Airy IRL.
You had me confused for a second too. I was like, wait, what? Maybe I'll look, or someone in chat will come in and say, you guys were wrong. We go, thank you, chat. That's why we interact.
Yep. Nope. I whiffed there. Big reading whiff there on the turn.
I mean, that's completely fine. That's what we do. Yeah, but the guys start penny looping. And that Iono, though, would be kind of nice to get that rid of that 12 card hand. You can also just keep spreading damage. Like if they have to penny loop and they can't counter catcher, that's all they're doing. That removes Erica's, it removes everything.
Quick maths here, just spreading things out nice and thin so that these pennies just increasingly lose value.
How many Ionos does Jam play? He plays...
I think it's a 1 of, so that is down.
In the Lost Zone.
Means there is no hand disruption left. Roxanne, of course, not going to be active at any point, and this is exactly what we need to be a little bit concerned about here, because now the Manaphy is really just so sticky in that position. You're not able to use this jet energy. No way to bump this Temple of Sinnoh anymore. We lost the Artisan and our only copy of Lost Vacuum. So now it is switch card and pray.
How many switch cards do they have left? 2, 3, 4. 4 switch
with
outs.
The Prime Catcher.
A PKS Blaze is asking how good would our own Zerozix be here, lol. For a little short time, I texted Rosic into my Charizard, and it was hilarious. I'd play against them. I'd have the Pidgeot, and I'd get them down to 3, and they had 2 cards left in their deck. They would hopefully try and get something going, but I would just put this Rosic back with my own PAL pad and keep like, hey, if you're gonna keep these bigger hands, we're trying things. And then just I don't know the next turn and deck them out if I had to. Like all of a sudden they couldn't use Rotom to be drawing cards because they would just lose. Got the switch card there. It was just the funniest thing. They're like, that's not fair. Don't use my cards against me.
The best defense is a good offense.
Okay, actually talking about that, about using control cards against them. There was the Oranguru or Oranguru, depends on who's saying it. Used an ADP where it put 3 cards back in your deck. It was a specific counter to control decks that were milling at the time. It would mill 3 and you put 3 back. It would mill 3 and you put 3 back. Over and over and over.
All right, Palpad gonna start putting some of our tools back in. It's gonna be double penny.
They have to be pennies.
One boss has been used, so if we're gonna see this Sableye get moved, it is going to have to be another boss.
Because they are not going to give up anything, and surprisingly, of all things, that handheld fan does not work against the Sableye.
That's right. It is an effect, which is why that card has been such a menace for so long.
100, 100, 100. He's getting closer. That Iono to the Lost Zone, though, now kind of hurting.
Yeah, and that's kind of the symptom of the Lost Zone, right? Sometimes you wonder if that was the card that you would have picked, would you be in a different scenario? Would you be in a game-winning situation as opposed to where we find ourselves now, which is 15 cards left in deck, and that is going to hit the pink stuff. Prime Catcher is going to go down.
That leaves us with about, what, 2 switch outs left?
There's maybe one more switch. I think there's exactly one more switch left.
Well, we can get a little bit more damage spread here. Blinkers 0405, thank you for the follow.
Switch and a switch card. Okay, we got one more switch card in there as well. So the hope remains. Now you got to start thinking about whether you're even gonna get another turn here. Gonna spread that out. And yeah, I mean, his jam is right there with these knockouts.
I started hearing
140, 140, 140.
Project Sync 18, thank you for the follow. I started hearing something. I was like, what am I hearing? Category.
This is game next turn for Jam. No, not if there's a Penny or a Snorlax.
They play a lot of penny and they've been recycling the pennies.
Yep, so another Snorlax is going to come down. We just saw it. We just saw the Hero's Cape get picked up as well. And that's probably going on our last Snorlax, which I think is probably gonna seal up this game. 10 cards left.
They're drawing through
we're probably getting pretty deep into the deck at this point. Switch card Penny Hero's Cape. Yeah, I mean, even just putting the Hero's Cape on the Snorlax, I think gets pretty close to sealing the deal, because we don't actually, like, if that happens, we don't have any reliable way of getting that thing knocked out. And if we start penny looping that one, I mean, 23 cards in hand, the control player at this point just has way too many options.
This comes back to that early loss zone where we lost the Iono.
And Airy is going to snipe out another switch.
They've been trying all game. There's a mimic here, so they're keeping that up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be 6 prizes there. They gotta have pennies going. Like 4, 2. Oh, we're just going to take a KO here. Do you think that was accidental or intentional?
It's hard to say because unfortunately at this point with what's been taken out, I'm pretty sure Jam was just losing a boss here.
Yeah,
Like once the caped Snorlax came down and that other switch card was
there's
lost.
still a switch deck.
There's one more switch in deck, but I think at that point total with off 1 penny we're getting 1 switch card, so we're getting 1 KO. So
Oh, so close. That sisters paid off, and they played it very well. Jam did. Like was not as instant loss as we thought. It could have been much worse.
yeah, and it can go both ways. The thing is, you do want to get to 10. Like, it's not that you want to sprint to get to 10, but you want to be. It looks like it was an accident.
Whoops. Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Like, there's no way. And Jam's like, yeah, it was an accident.
Yeah, it's difficult because you do want to get to 10 because Sableye is like your most efficient attacker in every way. Shit, like 110 from the Cramorant is just not enough. So the sooner you can start hitting your max of 120, the better without taking the prize. The thing is, you just cannot take the prize because if you start taking prizes, not only can they gust stuff up with the boss, they can start hitting you with counter catchers, which becomes a real issue.
100%.
No, because the fan actually moves the energy around. So once all of your energy is on the lax, first of all, you need to load up the lax completely. Yeah. And then at that point, if they play the fan, it starts to move the energy around, which makes it really difficult.
I need to move us real quick. Yeah, the fan's the hard part. Like, I played it with anything that attacks with energy like that and is playing against something with fan, it's never going to feel good. All right. Sorry, I have to take a call here.
Yeah, go for it. I'll chat with chat.
Yeah, no, I can still chat with chat and do things and just making sure stuff. This one's a little bit easier thing. We do have our first 6-0. It's the Dragapult.
So that's the one that's running hot today.
Yeah. We do have, let's see what else we have. Joey's obviously at 5-1. Savid's got up to 4-2 with the walking weight. After losing 2 straight matches, he's won 2 straight. So he's gone 2-2, 2-2, 4-2. He's having a pretty nice night himself. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just update our standings here.
Do we have a Spiritomb like for EXs yet?
Not yet.
That's got to be coming, right? I feel like that'd be a crazy check. Checks immune, checks all of the big EXs that accelerate energy, Pheasantipity. Maybe that'd be too aggressive. Check
I think
Thorns.
we'll have something at some point. Like Spiritomb didn't show up until later against V's, and stuff like Path of the Peak didn't show up later. Like they give us time to play around with the decks before they start really doing it too. Let's see. Any other interesting decks doing well? Neo's still playing. Ryan Now is still playing. Oh, they're playing against Neo. Bolta. He's been a constant player as well. He is currently at 5-1 with Turbo Roaring Moon. 4-2 Palafin. No. Don't do it, Palafin. Don't do it. Don't fall off.
Hate to see it.
See it. A lot of 4-2s tonight. And this is the thing people are going to ask. Okay, what's the cut? 6-1-1's usually cut. Arceus the Grand, Zhao's should ID each other. If they're not the ones down. Let's see.
Yeah, Tomb would be a tough one to include at this point. How's I'm actually really curious about the Tatsugiri. Has that been performing as you would expect? It's probably nicer with the fact that you're playing double rescue board, but
yeah. Actually, yeah, the Tomb wouldn't be bad for Jam, considering like even in control matchup, maybe I get stuck there.
I think it's a good point though that I don't know if we expect a lot of control, especially like in person play, because control tends to tie a lot in person. So it's like not a deck that a lot of people pull up to at locals either.
Yeah.
Tatsu's OP. It's got to be right that free chorus every turn. Not actually,
or
but
not free,
you know.
but you have a higher chance of hitting it. What's up, Cash? How's Guardy treating you, man? So the game I'm watching is pretty good, but it is a judge call, and that's why I don't have it on screen, so everyone knows. But you're watching this too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm about to start paying a little bit more attention.
I'm gonna update the standings as well as we keep getting games coming in. As we have like 6 games left, and we still don't have all our 6-0s done yet. Like Neo versus Ryan Now. Ryan Now actually won the late nights recently with Gardevoir. So that is actually very interesting. We'll see. I might ask Dude Knuckles to stream next round. It's the all-out Blitzel control we're watching. See, yeah, Cash, I've been kind of using Ryan's list as well.
Really think about this one. Really thinking about this one.
Like the attacking control is interesting.
There are 2 cards in hand.
What's up, Michael? Yeah, get some sleep, dude.
Yeah, have a good night, Michael. Good luck with the cups. Sir, I'll be there. I will see you there.
All right. My next cup will hopefully be September 7th. I'll go to one and it'll probably be. I would not be surprised. Okay, so Neo did win. So Neo is 6-0 and like is this 3 6-0s right now? And I don't think we have any others that will be 6-0. Let's see. Pairings. Anybody else playing that could be? No, we'll have a bunch of 5-1s though. Oh, the Gilmore girls are 3-2. Now that'll be interesting. Is one of the 6-0s will get down.
What am I watching? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I'm actually going to message you something real quick. Chat, you don't get to know. Do. Who did we have join us? Owen, choose this. Thank you for the follow. Um, okay. I'm going to bring it up now because this is one of those things where I keep transparency. Because what we're watching was if you're and Mello, you watch this game too. You're messaging me about it.
Yeah, it's one of those end game moments where like maybe we're really sitting there training through, because end game sequencing with Lost Box can be, you know, up there where like I don't know.
It can be, but you do need to play in a timely manner, no matter how much you're thinking, and it becomes a judgment call.
Yeah.
And then that's the hard part. And like, yeah, you can disagree with it all you want.
Well, what did it for me personally, again, not to reveal too much about the game, but when we only have 2 mons left and we're really churning through our selection of what we're pushing up, I don't see a scenario there that we were watching where you don't push up the obby. Like, I think there was a correct answer that took, 45 seconds to push up.
Yeah. And like if you use worlds as it, Al Connor got called on slow play, like using actions to think things through, right? And it becomes a judgment call. Is at some point you have to pick up your pace of play, and that's what happened. Is I made a judgment call that his pace of play was never picking up. It was going to about 15 seconds or more every time, every card played, every action, everything. And the time between the two decks was increasing. Would they have won? Yes. But at a point, you have to call it. And it's unfair. So, like, I know like they could do it. And like the sequence could be there. But also, you can't take this long to do things.
Right. In that scenario, which I think it was pretty explicit, specifically pushing up after the knockout, it took way too long.
So, and if you have a problem with it, I'm sorry, it's my tournament. I have to make a call, and I think it's got to get moving sometimes, and that's the call we make. So it looks like our other match, no one's making a call. I'm going to just keep things going. We're going to go to round 7. So let's see who we got. The Guardian Mirror. DeKnuckles has Gloose. I think that one, the attacking control kind of wins, doesn't it?
Against what? Sorry.
Against Charizard. Charizard Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Actually, no, let's double check Loose's list real quick. Oh, he plays the Dusknoir, though.
It's pretty bad, but I was going to say against control. I'd tell you something different if it was Quadlax, but it is not.
It's not. Let's put this. We'll see this one. They're both 5-1. And we'll go from there. Thank you, Story, sharing with us. So we are set up anyways.
D-Knuckles?
Yeah, this is D-Knuckles.
Excellent. I'm actually a little bit curious about how the Dusknoir line plays into control.
It helps with the Charizard because you can get KO'd, and then it makes it so that you hit harder faster, and then certain plays become easier. Well, that's what I like about that version. Is that you can do stuff.
Zard is running our 5-1 with the DTE. 5 fire energy and 1 DTE. The greed never stops with these kids nowadays. On counter catcher. We do play Turo Palpat as well. So that can certainly help out in a number of instances.
Oh, the Turo is so clutch. I'm surprised we don't see more decks playing Turo.
Yeah, there's quite a few. I think that's a pretty staple in both Charizard and Gardevoir. Because for a long time the Charizard mirror was really dependent on your Turo timings.
All right, it has been a very, very rough night with judge calls. I should have pulled in some of my extra judges. Usually I can run this solo. It's not as much of an issue. Usually. You have been great and everything and helping with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to the discussion happening in the chat, so I think the discourse being brought up by Prize that in some calls where, like, especially with timing things where that becomes kind of like a judgment call, as opposed, because like there's no judge really that's ever sitting there with a clock, right? Like there are in the rules strict rules for like turn length and action length, but I think there's moments where it's a little bit more nuanced, right? Because like a lost box deck, right, if you have 15 seconds per action, right, sometimes you actually fly through 6 actions in 3 to 5 seconds, right? Like sometimes we even don't like talk out all of our actions because we make them so fast, and then we sit there and we have like one chorus that may take us 20 seconds, 25 seconds. So there's like I think there is a little bit of nuance to the timing of turns, the timing of actions in that way, and I think that's what's kind of being brought up. It's like, yeah, it's when the calls are more ambiguous because no one's ever sitting there with a clock, right? So sometimes an action may take longer. Like I think the biggest gripe for a lot of people is that first deck search, right? Where for some decks you can like really fly through it, and then your actual game actions are a little bit slower, and some decks really need to search their deck the first turn, and then they can fly through the rest of their game actions quicker. So it's that sort of give and take that I think when a judge has played the game a little bit more, they understand the nuances of that sort of turn timing a little bit better.
And then you have where someone takes like there's still a respectable amount to a deck search, and that is again up to a judge. It's a judge call, a judgment. There's not much there's only so much you can do. And the worst thing about online is like there is clocks on the site.
Yeah. It's hard to hide the egregious slow play.
Right. So that's one of the things. This is coming again from online because we're watching a control deck. This is the important thing to talk about as well. I mean, from online, as an online judge, person running this for 2 years, they call slow play maybe once a month. I mean, it's usually pretty egregious. And the way we call it, look at the deck, I look at what they're doing, and I look at certain things like promoting Pokemon, how long things are doing. I'm sitting here and I'm counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. And if I hit like 20 Mississippi and then I hit 20 again and then 20 again, I issue a warning. I go, hey, you need to pick this up. And if they keep hitting that 20 Mississippi, like it keeps going, it's very obvious they're just going to keep doing it, then I give a game loss, because then I know you're milking the clock. Well, I've had people call for slow play on Gardevoirs, and I'm like, go look at the clock difference, and I go, but I know Gardevoir, especially in this, can take up to a minute and a half just to move the energies. Like you try to put 7 energies onto something, it takes time.
Remember when Baby Guardy would attack with 7 energy and you had to sit there and retreat it from your active, push up Baby Guardy, attach each energy individually for 7? Like, it was so gross.
Yeah. So that was like an issue, and that's something we had to take into account. We're like, okay, great. They're not slow playing, it's just guarding. But if a control player, we've got control players who try to time things out, who sit there when the obvious thing they could do is penny, re-put it down, and turn. So that also comes into play. So if they are stuck, and it's a very obvious in-game scenario, like I'm like, okay, great, they're not going to win. And they just keep slow playing and turn, and then they go, I still have a way to keep playing. You slow played it. If you say 1, 2, 3, pass, 1, 2, 3, pass, 1, 2. Okay, now I'm at a point I need to play my Iono. If I Iono, 1, 2, 3, pass, 1, 2, 3, pass.
That's a gross 0-6. Yeah, the embrace action time online is something else.
That's something I like. I keep screaming for everything I can think of. Like, please just increase the time. decrease the time or like decrease animation time. Like, do we really need the cards to fly up every time? Or can we make them a little bit faster? Like, okay, here we go. It took like 1 second or so. Like, it could be a half second. There's different ways.
D Knuckles is crushing this game, by the way. I know we've been talking about the slow play, but he is not slow playing whatsoever. Insta punish on the greedy forest seal stone placement. Trying to expensive hobby, trying to draw off the Rotom to get a bigger hand and immediately getting 0-6. I mean, this is a clinic on how this control deck just pieces you apart, and he's gonna do it again.
He's gonna do it again. Oh God, the humanity. But yeah,
0-6 plus Fang Snipe Luxray probably violates the Geneva Conventions.
Probably. This is now like you're trying to find that Charmeleon, if you even play it.
Right.
I believe it has been slowed down. So that's the thing. And like, judging's hard. I do play the game. I play the game constantly. Ooh.
We're in there though. We're in there, and the Dusclops in the active means it knocks itself out, and we're attacking next turn.
Here it comes. Dun, dun, dun. He's like, oh no. Like, okay. The Charizard here takes time. Like, you count the time right now. Like, it has to load it up. Then it has to load up the energy. Then you have to drag the energy. And, oh my God. It takes way too long.
And was that an Arvin top deck, dude? Oh my goodness.
God. So,
I think it was.
Would you even Arvin? Oh, you might be able to actually get a depending if you have the Dustmore, you could hit the Pidgeot. Maybe you can bring up the Pidgeot as well. I doubt they have that.
I will see. Oh, actually, just going to be the PAL pad to put stuff back in. That's totally fair. I wonder what they're putting back in here. Maybe just the Arvin boss. Okay.
So now we'll see the Crush
and
Blast.
it says bring it on. 0 card hand. We did use the V-Star from the Luxray as well, so we still have access to this Pidgeot though. That's a huge problem.
Which I think that's why they put the 5 on, but you still need to get rid of the math's still not there. We could see a penny here, but you can do like you could grab something and penny.
Yep.
Like candy. Which Pidgey is that underneath? Is it the 60 or the 50 HP?
I want to say it was the 50.
I want to say.
Sorry. From they only play the 60. Sorry.
Okay, so that's not gonna if they play de-evolution, that's not gonna cause a KO.
I got them mixed up. I thought the 50 was the normal one, not the Call for Family one. This is brutal though, because we actually I think we saw 3 candies go down.
Yes.
So we're down to like our last candy plus Charmeleon, which for all we know could be prized.
Yeah, that's
3 candies.
3 candies. We're gonna instant charge, and if that candy's in hand, that piercing glaze
here, or airy piercing gaze. Sorry, there's a lot here. This is.
Thank you for correcting me there, Blaze. I can't penny Pidgeot. I would forget about that. That penny's only basics. It's late. It's 11 o'clock on my time, and all I've had is cookies and diet soda. I had. Have you ever watched Smiling Friends?
Smiling Friends.
Yeah.
Is this like in line with like Happy Tree Friends?
It's an Adult Swim show.
I have not seen this, but I've heard of it.
Oh man, there goes the Charizard. I have the Arvin too. They have a scene where like this guy's landlord's like, hey, you want to come over to my house and fill our bellies with diet soda and smoke weed and play Burnout 2 on Burnout Revenge on the PS2. Like, so
Oh,
every time,
dude, I saw that on TikTok. Actually, that exact scene, I saw it, and I swear it was either yesterday or today that I saw that.
it's such a good clip. It's one of my favorites. Okay.
Do we have the last candy?
We
Last
have the
candy.
last candy. Don't we have enough energy to get that Rotom out of the act?
I saw I think 2 in the discard.
In the discard.
Infernal Rain. We just need 1. We just need 1.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait.
Okay, we got the DT.
Got the
Never
GC.
punished.
I forgot that was in there. But now if you get the Devo back, it's gonna hurt. Ooh,
Charmeleon though, Charmeleon on deck. So now it's more about whether we have the rod to get energy back.
Yeah, because if you Devo here, that just leaves them there.
And the Arvin top deck, so we don't even need to use the Pidgeot to find it if we are able to get it back.
To Electric Boogaloo. Actually, one of my all-time favorite bands is Devo. I would love to go see them live, but like 2 of the 5 members have died. So
Oh, there is another Devo. There is another Devo on deck.
and they're going to take out the Charmeleon. Oh no! Neo Erlandson decided not to ID. It is now 7-0. And now your 6-2s have a possibility of making it. So I looked at their chat. Neither one offered the ID. They just played. Wow. So there's a good chance a 6-2 makes it.
Whoa, they held it. They held the Devo. They actually didn't play it here. Are we going to see fish for Iona?
Wonder why they didn't play it here. Oh,
Or
Turo.
Turo?
Okay.
I'm not sure. Couldn't tell you.
Oh, you know why? Because then if they hit like what's the word I'm looking for here? Rod, then they just attack anyways. So timing wise, it probably didn't feel.
Do they? No, because they get the Charizard back and they get the Charmeleon back in hand.
The Charmeleon is unaffected.
Oh.
I kind of wish they did put it on the other Charmander though, because now they're
It's
probably lose it.
Flame Veil, Charmeleon.
Yeah, so they don't lose it.
Flare Veil,
So-
that's right.
And now you have to. The evolution. So I mean, like, would have been nice to put it on the other one. Or how do you even handle this? Yeah, Daycamp, that was my thought. Why not Evo the Commander on the bench? And now you're in a bad spot because they can just bring it up and KO it. That had to be an overlook.
And now you have to retreat this thing and hope it survives, right? Because if this Charmeleon goes down,
This is gonna
you have
hurt.
no way of getting back in it.
Iona was kind of
Yeah.
desperation. I think if they like, why didn't you Evo the benched one?
Why didn't they Devo the last turn? It's because of the Flare Veil, so they would have just gotten the fully Evo Charizard back in hand and they can immediately Evo the Charmeleon.
But Knuckles put it well. Knuckles taking the win. That moves them to 6-1, I believe. Yeah, the no-show wins suck, but I mean, you take them. Take what you can. You ran out of rods? Okay, that also makes sense too.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you get a prize they already ran out of them. But so yeah, as it sits right now, we have quite a few 6-1s. Actually, let's look at pairings. They'll give me a better idea of how many other ones we have. Volta, that'll be a 6-1. Matthew and this will be a 6-1. If Elias Correa wins, that'll be a 5-0-2. Which, or if Ari Nova wins, that'll be a 5-1-1. Oh my god, this is chaos. This is like pure chaos.
Yeah, Jam, I thought the same thing. That's what confused me, because I was like, well, why did you just not Devo the Charmeleon? But it's from anywhere.
Yeah, the
4-1-1, 4-0-2.
The Charmeleon's pretty damn.
7-0 for a Reggie Drago, man.
And I find it hilarious that they just decided, hey, we're not the 7-0 and the Zeos. No one even asked to ID. Nobody did. But that's everyone's choice. Not everybody has to ID. Not everybody wants to ID. So I'm going to skip over to the Bolt Up stream real quick since he is streaming. Feel his content a little bit. And I'm also going to give him a shout out because I am still in his content. Go please give him a follow. He's a good guy. Just the Bolt Up. There you go. I am following. Right? Yes, I am. Again, we're just checking in on the game. Just checking in. Yeah, no one's IDing 5-2, so some people might not be able to ID anyways. I like those scrolls behind them. I've been wanting to make escape for a while now.
Oh, that'd be heat.
No, I just don't know.
Heat on your art style.
I just don't know what I would do. This is a hard call for him because, yeah, I don't see Bolt Up having a way to. He takes a KO here. I think there's an because you're poison, and then they have the energy. I think they just win.
Project ID means intentionally drawing. Basically, if both you and your opponents benefit from both having ties, maybe you're like the only 6-0s or 7-0s or XOs in a tournament, you guys both want a guaranteed cut, you guys can choose to intentionally draw the match for a tie so that you each get 1 match point instead of potentially risking one of you leaving with 0.
Exactly. And the rules are you need to ID within the first, and this is the same IRL. You have to ID within the first, I use about 10 minutes or so, just because some people discuss it out. Like I'll go and check. I'll go and check what's happening. Like if they're sitting there, well, let's wait for somebody else's, like if they're going to ID or something, I'll go in and say, no, you can't ID now. Because you cannot wait for other results to choose to ID. That is actually in the rulebook, the PTCG judges rulebook. If someone chooses to ID at the end, I mean, you just technically, how are you going to stop you from like draw passing, right? But if a judge overhears you talking about that, they can issue something. It's probably that one too before the game starts. But like at the League Cup I was at last weekend, 2 people were playing, waiting for the result of another match. And then they decided to ID afterwards. And the judge allowed it. It was a small cup. I don't think he cared. I think the guy who lost wasn't going to be making it anyways at 2-2. But maybe. But I think his resistance was like extremely low. He wasn't making it regardless. He had to win. And he lost. So it was a little bit of a weird situation, but I didn't go like running to the judge. I was just like, whatever.
Also keep in mind, if you're ever IDing in something that doesn't have a top cut, make sure you understand resistance. Because if basically you're at the end of a challenge and two of you are undefeated and you're the only undefeated ones, and you're the only ones that would be in contention for top two, if you decided to ID, then the results of the tournament are basically decided by your resistance.
So put one way, we'll use D-Shred and Zeus as the examples here. They ID'd in a challenge, and they should ID the next round. D-Shred would take first based off their 70.75% opponent win percentage compared to Zhao's 63.88. And then if they were tied, then it goes to opponent, which very rarely happens, but it has happened.
And weirdly enough, it's happened many times during the course of last year's regionals for determining top cut. There's actually been multiple instances in the last year where people had matching opponents' win percentage and opponent's win percentage, which is absurd.
Which then it just coin flips you. But it happens. And like even now, you just watch me refresh. The Knuckles opponent win percentage change as the games come in. We've had, for top cut, we had two people tied or nearly tied at 8 and 9. And the last game playing had an effect on it. Like one player wins, they both had an opponent playing on opposite sides. So they weren't playing for cut. They were essentially playing to see who got into cut. And it would have been even funnier if I think that they ID'd, but then they would have been tied and it would have went to the opponent's win percentage.
Yeah, so shout out to TPCI for adding asymmetrical top cut to regionals. Very cool.
Yes.
I think that is like an excellent, that is a much needed change for sure. Bubbling out when you have the same exact score and opponents.
Oh, it all feels bad. All right. So as it stands right now, Elias Correa here is like the wild card. Every single one of these 6-1s could ID everyone here. And if Elias wins, it knocks someone out. Rojo 313 as well. 511. They win, they could knock someone out. Now the opponent's win percentage is a little low. That could happen. We're still waiting for Ryan now and Matthew Wolfsberger to finish. One of them's going to be 6-1. So that's going to be another one at 9. So it's like, oh, do I ID or not? Like D-Shred and Zaos, if they paired up, they should ID. With that high win percentage, they should be in. There should be no reason why they don't get it. But like Nest Life 125 at 52, you're like right below there. That becomes a risky ID. And especially
if you say I will ban pile shuffling, yes, please. I don't know how card games still have pile shuffling. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no idea. Mugo Lever is like right there too. Like actually, Mugo Lever and Nestle Life are so close. Like depending on if they have like shared people still playing, something could be that. Yeah, Neo could just not show up this round and just show up. As it is, Neo should be in. Good. We've seen weirder things. We've seen if someone goes 7-1. No, yeah, this should be in. There should be like no way. There's no way there's enough 7s to knock them out.
Also, Doom, I hate to say it, but I think you're only going to get me up until top cuts.
I figured as much. East Coast. I'm sorry, you East Coast casters just don't have the guts. No.
I know.
I understand. It's just late night. Later night for you. I'm sorry,
yeah,
I'm West Coast.
I would stick around if I didn't have work tomorrow, but...
Well, I understand that. That's why they come to...
working.
That's why I do challenges on Tuesdays instead of doing full-out tournaments.
Yeah.
Because I have work the next day, man. You usually have to drive into work.
No, I happen to have a wonky schedule, so I work Wednesday to Saturdays, and some Saturdays I actually do just like get to work from home, so it's easy and I don't have to go in, but...
I work from home 3 days of the week. And mostly because my son is with disabilities, and we have to deal with them with school and everything else with our other child and their extracurriculars. Someone has to be home. Someone has to be home. So it's either I can be productive and work and then pick up my child and be fine, or I can be unproductive and go pick up my other child, like leave work early and do all this other stuff. And then they'd be like, oh, okay. So pretty much my bosses made it seem like I would rather you be productive. That's what I do. I'd be productive.
That's understandable. I do not blame you. I'll be the one with the Pokemon tattoos of Baltimore. Me too. I wish I could be a Baltimore man, but I am getting married the weekend after, so I will already be at.
Well, congratulations.
The state of interest. Thank you.
I've been married now for 14 years.
Heck yeah.
Old guy.
I'm excited. I'm excited to no longer be planning a wedding. Looking forward to that.
We eloped. So we just went to the courthouse one day, got married.
That's the way to do it, honestly.
Look, updated standings 23-24. Matthew Wolfsberger 6-1, but right now they can win 6-2 and get in depending on what happens.
Baby.
So actually, I might reach out to Ryan and see if they're able to, and they're not out of it because like Nestle Life should be playing. Like they should play. Elias should be playing. Rojo is not out of it either. Right now, Gloose, there's people just on this cusp. And it's going to be interesting. And then we still have one more match left. I need to see which one that is. Plus Cash. Do we still have Cash streaming? We do. Let's jump over there real quick. Just want to see what his game's at.
See, we are psychic embracing.
We're psychic embracing.
Classic.
Yep. And even then, I think talking about so close. He could have actually won that turn. He could win the next turn though. But
yeah, is there anything stopping? Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, time is up. So close though. That was so close.
Ancient boxing is really good right now. Yeah, the fact that there's no Charizards around makes it, I think, a little bit better. Well, there's some I think Charizard is starting to show up a little bit more. I think it's still a really good pick.
I think part of it will be with Charizard is like, how does it swing back to be really good? Standings updated.
I think it just like it. Like I think I know like Reggie Drago has like such huge chunk of the meta share and is really good, but I still think like Charizard doesn't play poorly into a lot of the meta magic.
I think the biggest thing stopping it, like Charizard in general, yeah, it's kind of the dust war. Like it is the other builds better?
I think the way that Charizard gets back into the meta is by not being as greedy, because I think these lists have gotten crazy greedy, and they're running like the 5/1s or the 5, yeah, basically like a 5/1 of fire and some special energy. That's like such a thin line.
Yeah, actually, Chad's even talking about Zardlex Turbo Dex. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So the fact that everyone's falling back onto the Ogre Pawns and not the Ogre Pawns, the Raging Bolts and the Roaring Moons and all of these decks that it kind of just like loves to eat up. Yeah, I agree. I think 5 fires is crazy. Maybe like the best to do, like you're saying, the best to do it, but like.
All right, just 1 second, chat. I need to pause, mute me and Mellow real quick.
I'd maybe take some time to walk over the. All right.
All right, just dealing with the judge call here.
Yeah, the 2/1/2 Zard line. Honestly, the fact that they're playing a 1/1/1 Dark Dusknoir, like you're committing 3 cards, right? And then like your one of them gets prized, right? Like your Dusclops gets prized. Like, are you really gonna burn a candy to get a Dusknoir up to do whatever Dusknoir does to then still have to get up a Zard? I don't know.
Okay, the person, with the call we're doing, the person just said, yeah, that's fine. It was a time difference. Cash was going to win. It was very close. It wasn't like
Awesome.
they're like 5 turns away from winning or needed more time. It was literally just we caught the end of it, Cash. All right, final rounds up. I'm going to reach out to Ryan now, see if I can get their game, since they are kind of in a place where they need to win. I'm trying to see who they're up against. It's Codemasters and Lost Zone Tina. I will see. If not, we have a couple other players we can still reach out to. But that is the matchup that has one of the biggest things, one of the biggest chances. I think Ryan now can. I want to say. Yep, he says you can. So that will be our last matchup, is Gardevoir versus Lost Zone Tina. We are going back. We're going back in time, chat. But
This is a sick matchup. This is like a sick deck matchup for sure.
it's going to be interesting, for sure. Let's see, there they are. And I think it's not a winning in, but it is very much a chance for Ryan to get in. They win, that increases their odds. So nobody's called for ID yet. Not a single ID yet. Knuckles and Neo should be able to ID. Why don't you ID? Well, okay, you know what? I think Knuckles has a kind of a favorable matchup into it. Right, because saying human's right. We're back to Portland regionals. Yes. Actually, didn't I play Gardevoir to Portland? No, I played Charizard.
This was also the money match beef that started like a lot of what the Zool started doing for money match series. I think it was.
I had
Who were the two people that were beefing about that? I can't remember.
Gearhart and somebody else. Probably.
That's right.
I made a joke with some people that I should try to get the world champion to play against the Doom champion in a money match.
Awesome.
But I
Those
don't
are
think
really
I can. I don't think I can get it either. Oh, there it is. There's the ID. Oh, ID. Fun. Matthew Wolfsberger and Arceus ID'd, which I think that was the right one for them. Arceus is a little bit on the edge, but Matthew definitely a little bit risky, but Matthew should be. Yeah, there was Gerhard and Bradner. Chat had it. Oh, did they start the Klefki?
Start the Klefki. And the Radiant Greninja stuck in front too. So it's gotta be bundle or nothing, right? Like
Pretty much. And the other thing is, like, if they had a way to get down that Fluttermane as well, they could bundle and you just put the Fluttermane up.
Yep.
But they do actually. They do. You can put the Artisan down, bring out the Fluttermane, so if they do bundle, you just flip it.
Yep.
Let's see if they see it. Ryan's list is pretty good. I've been playing Ryan's list, or at least a variation of it.
Wow, so we're not going to see the full lock.
PKS is right. You can't bundle Clef anyways.
Because it's Klefki. That's right.
Thank you.
It's all basics, including the bench. Playing Tina though. Wait? This is actually not bad though, because you just push up the Tina with Jet and you start Abyss Seeking and we're playing the game.
So put a coffee down. This get to sadly no opening Colress. That's right, you can only bundle the Flutter. That's just some Nutter Butter. Sounds pretty.
All right, another Buddy Poffin to follow up for this turn. We can start setting some good stuff down. Both Ralts and Manaphy could come down. Prevent them from getting off a Greninja play a little bit further in the future.
I feel like you have to. Now it's not even worth putting down the Artisan. Because then all you're doing is helping them out.
Yeah, that's probably going to end up as a little bit of fodder for our first refinement of the match. Ooh, and we also drew into an Arven and an Iono, so not too many cards in the hand for the Lost Box player quite yet, so the Iono isn't really going to hurt all too much. And yeah, we're really out to the races with this setup. I don't know how many of our refinement Curlias are in deck, but
I don't agree here with getting rid of the de-evolution. Only because I've used it against any decks that have evolutions to win game. Because you can spread that damage. You can spend time, you can get some stock up. There's a lot of things you can do. But I feel like it's so good. And right now, you can't even use your monkey, not that you have any damage out. I lost a game earlier today because I forgot Klefki affected my own Pokemon. And it turned off my Manaphy. I got one step.
You were just spiriting yourself?
Yeah. I just got one step. I got one step too fast. I was like, hey, I'll shut down their ogre pawns. That was a mistake.
Already punch plus monkey. Yeah, that's like almost exact math for the Giratina V. This could be interesting. I guess there is a world where you can just kind of play around this for a little bit. Colress's experiment does come down for the second turn for Codemaster. That is going to put us at 4 in the Laza. Means that if we do have access to this Cramrat, we could start attacking. Now, I don't necessarily know if that's what you want to do here, because then we do open up the counter catcher plays, of course.
You need to get that Klefki out of the active this turn. They're setting up the Greninja.
And we are actually just going to go with another Abyss Seeking, which is definitely interesting.
That puts them almost at 7.
I was about to say, we are a little bit bench locked, but not if we draw into Professor Turo's scenario. So we could actually Turo up
You're at the
this
point.
Klefki and start punching with Guardi EX.
You're now at the point you want. You gotta get that Klefki out. The Klefki has done its thing. It's now at the point it needs to end.
Should probably be rolling with it. I don't think this list for the Tina player play is canceling Cologne, so we're not really ever going to get too much value out of this Greninja being loaded up. I guess you can go with the 1-for-1 trade until the Guardi EX comes into play, though. We say that there's still no Guardi EX to be seen.
Almost feels like you gotta hit the Iono here.
And it's going to be the Iono. Yeah, you can't be letting that Law Zone player have 9 cards in hand, and we draw the Guardi.
And you gotta get
So
that. You've got to get that Klefki out. And now you get 2 prizes.
We're going to hit for 190 here.
Plus Monkey.
We are getting that prize raise kicked off. Big 2 prize turn here, which is not what you generally expect in this matchup. Usually you see that Cramorant taking a KO, but maybe we just didn't have access to it, didn't have a way to switch into it. And this is going to be a pretty solid start for Guardi.
This gets him ahead. There is a possibility we'll lose the Guardi and another KO. But they still have to find a way into it. Ooh, when the unfair stamp, if they do get a KO. Games are coming in. I keep updating. As it stands right now, none of the top end games have won yet. Polarizingly, Jory Horman dropped at 5-2 with a 60% resistance. They had a chance.
First Mirage Gate of the game. Or Codemaster.
Worst thing that can happen here. Attach Prime Catcher up the Klefki, and they wipe their Curlius.
That's right, turning off its own Manaphy would be pretty disgusting.
That's gotta be what they're looking at.
It's going to be another energy. It looks like the Prime Catcher might already be ready to pop off. Drawing a couple extra cards, and there it is. Klefki coming up to the front.
Oh no, and the other thing is the counter catcher's not active. Look at all those Curlios.
And cram Klefki. Yeah, that's true. Klefki does stop that. Klefki does stop a lot of things, including your own Manaphy, which is brutal.
Like, you know, they wish they could have put the Turo on that. I almost want to put down the Screamtail. Because you could get to the numbers, you could KO. You could KO the Giratina on the bench. Or alternatively, you could just go after their Sableye. That out of play now.
You do absolutely need to get another Ralts in the mix.
Yes.
You're going to see that here, and probably going to hit this unfair stamp after the super rod.
We do have access to Artisan. We know I believe Ryan plays Cresselia, right? No, maybe they don't.
No Cresselia. No Cresselia.
Okay, we're gonna see unfair stamp. We'll probably see the KO onto the Clef. Oh no, onto the Red Grenade.
Yeah, even with that advantage, that seemed to be a pretty solid play, but already 2 Ralts set up, and Lost Box is notoriously terrible at coming back from hand disruption, especially with the Klefki in the active. And I think that's what's a little bit like strange here. Is you'd almost wish you could leave the Klefki there and attack with something else, right? Wouldn't that be something?
But if those 2 cards in hand are just Rod,
Yep.
Mirage Gate, then you're gonna be down even more.
Yep.
Don't want to leave that there.
It's actually going to put all the energies to get the full value, or one more energy to get the full value out of the Adrenabrain as well.
And then maybe one on the Dory. I don't know about that.
This is a little scary now.
That's a lot.
I mean, you need a lot. You need a lot to get around this, but I mean, you could see another Greninja play.
Yeah, I think putting it onto the table makes sense, but
this is where we really have to ask the question:
what
is unfair stamp real?
I've had too many times I buy own or unfair stamped, and then all of a sudden they have 10 cards in hand, and I'm like, how?
All right, anyone wonder whether Roxanne is in the hand right now? We are now in Roxanne range, by the way. So
I did that in one of the tournaments where I was playing Gardevoir against this matchup, and I Turoed to protect my Gardevoir from getting like KO'd, like I didn't have the option to put it back down the next turn. Then I realized I hit Roxanne. Right.
oh,
So then I
it is in the hand,
Roxanne.
bro.
Oh no!
Unfair stamp is not a real card. Confirmed all day, baby. They had it. They had it the whole time. Played us like a fill. Now, this doesn't mean that we suddenly get out of the weeds here. We need a little bit more out of this turn. Most notably, a lost impact.
This is bad. This is not what you wanted to see. We see the Star Requiem here.
Star Requiem, excuse me, not lost impact.
You can try and confuse for a turn. Bring up the Sableye and confuse. The Sableye comes up, that's not good for you.
I think we're knocking it out, so we can't actually bring up the Sableye and confuse. We could knock it out. Oh, but we get the Ultra Ball. Oh, so see, now this is dicey, but I mean, you can't even get access to a Guardy this turn.
Right. So you probably want to knock off the Ultra Ball. That's why I'm like sitting here wondering, like, would it have been better to go with the Sableye, something else last turn? No, you gotta knock out the Sableye because Giratina either has to attack or
yeah, we no longer have access to the Devo. Actually, we get the knockout here with the Cramorant anyway, so we don't actually need to do a whole lot to even get the return KO.
The question is, can this Gardevoir get out of everything? When the way you win is with the little balloon. Oh no, you just lose.
Orders, and that Curlia is going to go down, so we will not see a Gardevoir. And I think there is pretty much nothing left for a Guardy player to respond with. Gonna be able to stall out a little bit because Cramorant cannot attack this Klefki, and we draw into an Arven, so we can make some moves. It's not all over quite yet, but getting pretty close there.
You find an Iono. Hope you find the Iono. That's like all you can hope for.
Artisan here gonna come down, probably just a thin, a little bit more, try and get this Iono to the hand.
I mean, you just put down Monkey. Probably get thin with Nest Ball, maybe. Unless you want to get something else. Ooh, it's Turo.
No dice.
There's no way. This definitely feels like it might be there. We have 13 of the 20 games done. I'll keep the standings updated. D-Shred 7-1 with a Raging Bolt. As it stands right now, Booga Lover is the one who is not in, but they're still playing their.
Oh man, yeah, and Arvin just trying to dig through what options we might have available. Gonna grab the Ultra Ball for next turn in case they're somehow able to survive, but ultimately all it's gonna take is a Jet Energy here to seal the deal.
Jet
Passing
Energy.
it back over.
Switch
plus energy. There's the attach, and there is the switch. That's going to be the game over to Codemaster.
He had it all. Lost Zone Tinas, proving it is still relevant. Sucks for our Guardy player.
Yeah, and it goes to show how much of a double-edged sword that Klefki really is, specifically in matchups that have access to the Radiant Greninja.
Like, if they were able to, on that one turn, use the Turo instead of having to use Iono to dig for another Gardevoir and try to find it, I think this game goes differently.
Right. Yeah, and I think looking back, that is probably the play that was probably the turn that really opened up the game completely for the Lost Tina players. The fact that the Klefki stayed on the board was pretty much sealing the deal.
So we got a couple games done. D-Shred 7-1. They're it. Neo Erlandson, we all talked about it. He goes 7-1. He's it. Who's even playing? D-Knuckles. D-Knuckles still streaming? No, they're not sharing their screen right now. That would be nice to check in. Apparently D-Knuckles is on the bubble, but we'll still see. Someone else just won. Oh, Crest Ironbrow did. Currently, we have Raging Bolt, Regidrago, Ancient Box, Gardevoir, and Charizard Pidgeot look like they're in. And then Loose and Zaos are there. We still got some stuff going. Elias Correa lost. Let's see. Where Elias was left. Neo D-Knuckles. You know, I've been finding more and more Stamp is just like a greedy play that never pays off unless it's like.
Yeah, stamping into the Roxanne too. That is like the. I swear, it's written in the universe. They were playing 2, to be fair, so it's not like horribly unlikely, but it's definitely unlikely.
There's only 3 laws to the universe. 1, Iono is a lie. 2, Stamp is a lie. 3, they will always have boss.
Always got it.
Which you should go to doom-gaming.com and buy the boss for game. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day, playmat, or t-shirt. Someone actually bought that today. I'll pop it on screen here if you haven't seen it. I actually have one ready right now. If you buy one of these playmats, I will ship it tomorrow.
Yeah, Ryan, that's a tough thing to deal with, because like once your bench space gets clogged with like one too many things that isn't like a guardy plus attackers, you kind of do leave yourself open, because you also still want the bench robots, because then you don't want to not be able to put up a guardy to be able to keep attacking. So
Yeah, and like that's like my thought on it. It's just like why I don't play Greninjas. Like it just clogs up my bench. It's just like, man.
Day camp, is that just code for we should all be playing Goldango, or am I misinterpreting your?
I think we should all play Goldango. Actually, Goldango did pretty good at Worlds. Some of the tabletop people played it and did really well. Better than you think for Worlds.
I feel like I always get cooked by Goldengos. I don't know. But then I watch people play Goldango on stream and they're just like not having a good time all around.
Goldango hates stuff like Klefki sometimes because like it's not able to get all the way through.
Yeah.
I really makes it better. There it goes. Okay. Set up for next round. And that's set up. I forgot to reset the timer, but we're waiting on 3 matches. Update the standings. One of them is Knuckles. Like we're waiting on. Let's go jump over to cache this game. Oh, Knuckles did turn it on. Okay. I will pop that on screen. Oh, he lost.
No.
Come in. He just lost. And that makes things even more. Yeah, I think that sets it. There's no way he's gaining 6%. It's the tool of the burst. So that
Also, to whoever asked, by the way, Worlds will be in August of next year, August 15th to 17th in Anaheim.
That is actually great that they've announced the actual dates this far in advance for 2 years. I do want to go to Anaheim or San Francisco. I think Anaheim is more expensive than San Francisco, at least to fly to. It's like the airport's so far away from where we need to go. At least for me.
I got you.
I don't remember how much it cost. Oh, I remember how much it cost me last time I flew to Anaheim. It cost me $60 because they used to do Black Friday deals.
Ah, okay.
And you get like certain flights from like Alaska for like really cheap.
Oh, nice.
They don't do it. They don't do it anymore.
Dang.
Like if I was to fly there in June, so like I flew down on a Thursday, flew home on a Sunday, championship Sunday. I'm just using a random day, and that's like where it's at. That would cost me right now $277, which isn't that bad, but that's because that's probably like their standard price. I could drive there in 18 hours. Yeah, it got leaked. They announced it anyways. That is true. All right, let's see. We have a 241 and a 151 plane. Do we have any effect on like the other matches?
What were the records?
241, 151.
I don't think so.
No, they would have to play them super early. And they both checked in, and they're both playing. Good for them. Get the practice in.
Yeah.
Right, I gotta take a moment before you leave. I know you're gonna get off here soon. Just give me a moment. Talk with chat. Tell them good things. Tell them about how World's gonna suck or something.
Wait, me? Is that me? You got that. Why are they playing still? To get that grind in. Gotta grind out these dubs wherever you can find them. It's something not Pokemon, that's fair. That's kind of how I feel about like specifically online, because there's just like so many buggy things in this game that it makes it less enjoyable to play. In person, I'll go to like a League Cup and get smacked and finish like 05 and actually play out all the rounds, you know. But I feel like in-person Pokemon is just different. Like it's genuinely what I enjoy playing. Like when I sit down and think about Pokemon, it's about like having the cards in my hand.
I can kind of agree with whatever I said at the end about having cards in hand, but like I don't get an opportunity to play IRL as much as most people. Got my stuff, and that's again this is the mission statement of the Doom Championship Series is to bring the opportunity for people who can't to be able to,
which is awesome. Because I'm in the same boat. I wish I could be playing way more than I think I get maybe 1 or 2 tournament weekends a month, and I'm like really living it up when I'm getting to play cards in person.
Yeah, actually, I realized this blue is different from the other blues. Maybe I'll update this blue. Sorry, I was design thing, but hey, I actually have the standings for the Doom Championship Series, which right now, Adventure Sing Man is number 1. And some people are playing it out because there is points for top 16, I think 32, right? Yeah, top 32, because we've crossed the 128. So the top 32 tonight will get points to the Doom Championship Series. Everyone down to David. David, it's points. Which surprisingly are one of our final bosses, Jam. I don't think he's that high up on the stuff yet. Sneaky old crab. Just the amount of people who get points. Like I changed it from being like you get 1 point, you get 10 to using actually Pokemon's points. It looks more impressive. Oh, we were just waiting on those 2 matches. What was that other match? The one that Guardy versus Charizard. Okay. But also the next regionals, the playmat will be Zorart. It won in almost a landslide on that Twitter poll. I was pulling for the Sexy Simipour to win. And it just didn't. Nobody voted for it. I cried. No, I didn't actually. Nobody voted for it. I think it took second. Yeah, it barely edged out Zekrom Restaurant. And nobody wanted Hydreigon. I was like the smallest. All right, so let's just make sure these last 2 matches don't have any issues, because to be honest, they can have an effect on everything else. But while I wait for that, Mello, you ready to call it tonight, or are you think gonna keep going?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to leave you.
All right, why don't you go ahead and give yourself some good old self promotion?
Oh yeah. No, I just wanted to say thanks again. I love doing these. It's always a blast getting to cover some Pokemon. I'm starting to finally get a couple reps under thanks to y'all, so appreciate it. But yeah, I'm Mellocrit on all socials. I'm most active, I guess, on X or Twitter or whatever you prefer. I also do a live tabletop stream where I test with some local peeps with overhead and hand cams, which is pretty sweet. So if you want to check that out, my Twitch is also just Mellocrit, and that is happening every Tuesday. But other than that, yeah, thanks again, Doom. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Like I
was fun
said,
to watch.
man, always my go-to for the regionals.
Appreciate you.
I'm like first one in, I'm like right on the list. Okay, here we go. Mellow crit. All right. And I just keep I got lists. I go right down. Again, a pleasure having you come in on a Friday instead of just on a random weekend every couple of months.
Yeah, no, that was great, and to anyone who got a chance to catch the stream while I've been on, usually I'm a little bit more lively when I can be, but as mentioned a number of times now, it is 3 a.m. for me, so your boy is a little bit on fumes, but yeah, hopefully it's still entertaining. And yeah, thanks again, Doom. Really appreciate it.
The tournament, the casting of the tournament goes down as the night goes on. It's like you should be like, I should be casting the finals really well, and it never works out that way. Never does. Yeah. Well, again, thank you for coming in. We got our top 8 set. I'm setting up the next phase. We can get that going because there was only one match with any sort of implications, and the other one was just 2 people playing. And they can fight it out or something. They can call a judge and be like, I won, and I'm like, okay, it's a moral victory. For sure. Thank you. Good luck to the rest of the competitors. Good luck to you. You got a couple hours still, so I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, chat. We are looking to get a finals match set up. I've reached out to different players, seeing if they are able to, and we'll see if someone's set up. Take cam. Everyone's afraid of sexy Singapore. Everybody. Let's see if anyone can. Matthew Wolfsberger says they can't. That's fine. These are a whole bunch of new players I've never really seen before, so I have no idea who can and cannot. It's one of those weeks where it's just like, okay, maybe someone can. Oh, we got somebody. Arceus Grand. Okay, so we got Chris Ironbrow and Arceus the Grand. So that is Drago versus Charizard Pidgeot. So Arceus the Grand. All right, just make sure. It looks like we do definitely have a game. All right. And if anybody knows a way to like unserver mute everybody in a Discord, that'd be great to tell me, because I'd like to do that every week. And we're just waiting for our players to get set up. It looks like there's a little bit of issue. Oh wait, they might be restarting. There it goes. Okay, just waiting for them to set up. Knuckles, thank you. It was a good run tonight. You still get points. Remember that? Doom points do matter. I realized this. I was like, Doom points, right? I realized, like, I was trying to dodge championships points issue with how it ends, right? DP, you know, that kind of thing. That I realized it's DP. Like, oh, that's got a whole separate. Yeah, it stands for Deadpool. Which actually, that movie kicked ass. Just hey, everyone tests control. I've been testing control. Too. Disconnect everyone who isn't in the top cut. Because that is what we need to do. Looks like they're having some trouble getting set. Well, you're playing the attacking version, right? Things. He switched. Oh, Kiram. Again, we're just waiting. It like seems like there's some issues with Chris Ironbrow's game, so we're just waiting on them to get things set up. Got a couple restarts, just making sure everything going. ESL sucks for streaming. That makes sense. What's the Challenge of Doom? The Challenge of Doom is a bi-weekly challenge style tournament where it's 6 rounds with a limited cap, so only 64 players. The reason why we cap it is because I don't want to run a full-length tournament like this on Tuesday night. And then on top of that, just like how much time do I have like every week, and it's just weird. Ginger, yeah, go ahead and ask. The chat can be able to help out. We're just waiting here, trying to see what's happening. Like they're having some issues trying to get things together. Just keeping on top of everything. So if I'm not able to answer it anyway, and check. Sure. $300 base set. Oh, that's a hard call at this point. Like, you run into there's things you run into is like people wave hacks. And again, we're having connection issues right now with the games we're working on. So I have no idea if it's been waived or not. RCS, yeah, I'm gonna intervene here. Not Wade. Okay. Because that's been like one of the hardest things with like singular base set packs is that you don't know if they're Wade or not. Like if you get like a sealed base set thing, usually your odds are better than if it's a singular pack. Like if anything, you get a sealed pack like that, you don't open it. We're still waiting here. Because I got Arceus' deck though. While we wait. Ooh, playing the Dragapult. Ooh, that's good. Like, what are some of the high value cards? Well, Charizard for 1. Let's see. Let's see what they have listed on TCG Player. So like this is the market price for a base set booster right now. You could take it and flip it for probably about another $120. Charizard base set holofoil in good condition is a $350 card. You can get the Blastoise, but then the Blastoise is like less. So like, look, opening it, you lose so much value. You're like literally gambling for the Charizard, and then you have to get it graded to get them even higher. So like the unopened pack itself is worth more than almost anything you pull. So unless you're going to go Charizard hunting, it's almost not even worth it for that amount of money. Oh my god, we're just trying to work it on. So that's like prices change if you grade yes. Chris Ironbrow, if you're in chat for whatever reason, can you please join your match? But if it has a good grade, a lot of things like these are ungraded cards usually. Like maybe we can look in here and see if there is a graded. Well, yeah, there's different pack art, different art packs. Like here's a first edition German 9 mint, $6,000. 8 mint PSA. Like a basic one. But again, you're playing one pack on the odds. Like it's a huge gamble. You can't even technically get packs. So I want to get you a game, but also we've lost Chris. We've lost one of our players. So I don't know what's going on. Gloose is up 1-0 over D-Shred. So we do have that. But some cards, they just go for a ton. Like base set in general. Like these are all ungraded cards. Let's look at a Mewtwo. Go to the end of Mewtwo where they're usually gonna find the graded ones. Mewtwo's like $230 graded. Right, so there's also upcharge fees. There's other things. All right. Again, transparency wise, we don't know what happened to Arceus, the Grand's opponent. They've stopped responding 15 minutes ago almost. So I have given game 1 to Arceus. And if they do not respond in the next 5 minutes, they will be given a game loss for game 2. And then Arceus will move on over Chris Ironbrow. Just making sure everyone is transparent with that. I'm reaching out to the other ones about ones that may not be in already. So we will have hopefully them. So again, I apologize. We do have a game. We just don't have a player. So at least we should have a semi, which if that stands the way it is, if Arceus moves on, they will play the winner of Gloose versus D-Shred. I've also asked Neo or Zaus if they're able to stream their game 2. I would rather not have them stream during game 1. Just try to set up game 1. Daycam, you know what the worst thing I miss? I had an E3 Pikachu and I wish I kept that. I don't know where it went. It was a promotion one. Let's see if I can still find it on here. So you had the stamped with red cheeks and the other one. Like, just normally. Like, in good conditions, like a $30 card. And like, if you get it graded, even better. And the red cheeks one is even harder to find because that's the one they only only gave out like at E3 was the red cheeks version. And there's been like it's super hard to find. Price high to low. EV of Evolution's up there. Still waiting, chat. I apologize. MRW1104. Thank you for the follow. Neo can't. I'm just asking. Looks like we're going to have a game go time here, and we do have one game done. I'll show you here. We have Neo up 1-0, Gloose up 1-0, and Arceus is up 1-0 only because Chris has disappeared. see what other stuff. That one open real quick. Seeing, oh, way back then, the stamp on that. I think San Diego Comic Con can be worth a ton. Yeah. Like I have some stuff like that. Back with that request. Will Pokemon TCG Pocket be good? I don't know, hopefully. Never did get one of the Ionos. Should have. Why is it $125 on open? Disney Lorcana. Aren't we supposed to be getting new McDonald's promos now? All right, well, our featured game is not happening. So Arceus, you move on to the next round. Your opponent just never showed up. What is the most expensive card listed on TCG Player right now? Is there a way to filter it so it's just everything? I want to say there is. There it is. All search. Highest price thing right now. Modern Horizons 3 booster box at $9,699. Yeah, cool, I guess. Not much we can do about that. If you want to join me again next round, we'll wait it out and we'll see who your opponent is. I can always see if either one of these are able to. I'll look into that. Enigma New Moon Marvel? What is this? Art the Mistival? Oh, Flesh and Blood. Okay. Undra Beta Edition. Wow. Urza's Legacy Booster Box. Remember when that set came out? Time Twister right now. What does it even do? Unlimited Edition. Looks like we might actually have a game. It looks like Booga Lover might be able to stream game too. So we might actually have a game, chat. Please. I will be so happy. So if we get this game going, we'll be set and it will be really nice. And then we could see there would be Turbo Moon versus Gardevoir. There we go. Thank you, Booga Lover. You are a lifesaver. I'll update the names to be the proper names, but we're currently on top 8. Game 2 with Booga Lover 33 up 1-0 over Matthew Wolfsberger. Everyone in chat, thank Booga Lover for being able to stream. Yeah, Time Twister I think is like one of those cards that is like forever in the format or something like that. I don't know. I don't keep up with it. I can always ask Zand. Neo Erlanzer has won 2-0 over Zhao's 69. So this is actually the last game we're waiting on. So we've gotten into it. We're into a game finally. I apologize for the time it took. This is Gardevoir versus Turbo Box. And then let's update the standings so we can see who the other games would be playing. Arceus the Grand. We'll have a Charizard mirror match. And then the winner of this will play against Reggie Drago. So not, well, okay, you know what? It's not a great start, but it's not a bad start for the moon here. They should be able to get off a Professor Sata's Vitality. They could start just milling, or depending on what they get, they could get something else up there. So we'll have to see. This is a much better start, a very good start here for the Gardevoir player, but Gardevoir is weak to dark types, and we can see a lot of issues come in here. They are playing the Radiant Greninja, get a little bit of extra draw power here, especially on your opening turn. And then Patch Pass. Rough start to a point. Like, there's some benefits to milling here. And yeah, this is Ancient Box, isn't it? I thought this was Turbo Moon. It has like listed as Turbo Moon. Oh no, it's Ancient Box. That's my own fault. My own fault. Ooh. Ooh, the secret box. Not just Ancient Box, it's a secret box. That could be better worse. You see the Santa, we do see another nest ball. You know your opponent is not attacking this next turn. That, oh, what did he hit? Did he hit the Hyper Aroma? I didn't see everything else. Oh, he hit the Unfair Stamp. And he got the Drifloon, but Drifloon's not as much. Not that much. I have been thinking about getting some more of the A specs, like the fringe A specs. At least none of the A specs are computer search right now. Like if computer search was the A spec, the only A spec, that's it. There's like no reason to play anything else. Like that was the issue we had with the original A specs. Howling Killers, yeah, the darkest deck. Oh, does Matthew play? Actually, Matthew plays Candy? That's actually been one of the things I've been thinking about, is getting Candy into the deck. Because getting Candy into the deck could be interesting. Do I own a sizable competitive collection? I do, actually. I try to keep at least 2 or 3 decks. Like right now, I don't have... I think I actually have Ancient Box, mostly. Like, I'd have to go through my bulk. I have Charizard, I have Gardevoir. Yeah, it does end pretty... Well, this is the last match. The last pairing up right now. Looking at the metagame wise, I got Gardevoir, I got Charizard, I've got most of Miraidon. I think I'm missing like 1 or 2 cards from Miraidon. I think I have Ancient Box. I have most of the parts of Lugia. I can build that too. I have Snorlax Stall, and I think I have most of the parts of Iron Thorns. If you want to call that a competitive deck. Oh, Arsenal, your opponent? Oh, why did I not think you're Gloose, right? Your opponent Arceus is having to drop. Man, they cannot for the life of them find another Roaring Boom. I used to have the same issue. I did like go through and like make all mine the same. What's up, Rambo? Hey. Does he have enough to KO the Gardevoir? Are you hoping and praying here? This could be going to game 3. Because that Scream Tail is not taking a KO on your active Roaring move. Right there. Okay. Take what you can, right? Play it out. Oh, there's a moon. Okay, we're not dead yet. They can KO your Greninja. So one of the things I was looking at recently, this just came up, someone messaging me about playmats and like Stitch and like who's my producer, how much more does it cost? There's one producer that actually does cheaper for Stitch playmats, but not everybody wants Stitch playmats, which is surprising because there was a time where I was only selling Stitch playmats. Ooh, that Iono hurts. I would definitely say one of the weaknesses that Ancient Box has is a good Iono. Like one good Iono can shut them down. See, completely seeing humans. So like I've used both, and I'm not too big on them. Well, we can get another moon down. You can possibly night stretcher for some energy here. Actually, they can night stretcher the Fez right here if they wanted to and get more cards. Just get a couple moons out as backups. You can stretch for the Fez, grab a few more. I mean, they possibly even put back a Sata or two. Like, you're taking a KO here. Like, I feel like you want to either put that or you want... Like, you're going to need Sata no matter what. At some point. Gonna hold on to the Fez, maybe? I feel like you gotta put the Fez down. You get 3 extra cards now, and then if you get KO'd, you get 3 extra cards next turn. But it does prevent a 2 prizer from being put into play. To be fair. So, like, putting down the Fez this turn would have been like would have really affected the prize trade. But at the same time, you would have baited. We could have got the Gardevoir if they went after it with that. But then again, okay, we do have the Drifloon fully set up. This is sometimes where stuff like Lost Vacuum comes in really well in this matchup against Gardevoirs, because it has... Sorry, chat, I was starting to choke. Plays like this, you can get rid of their Drifloon, and you can gain an extra prize. So I mean, like, one of the hardest things I've had about playing Gardevoir is that I'm just so dependent on tools sometimes that it just ruins me. Well, now you gotta put down the Fez. Oh, if you would Fez first. If you'd fizzed first, you had it. Why are we not seeing the Fez play? Some people do. I think we're going to game 3, chat. Like, does he play vacuum or something? I gotta check his list. There's a counter catcher. Like, this sets up counter catcher. But again, like, you're trying to watch out and not get the Fez KO, I guess. Oh my god. It's all going to the discard. Okay, there's Seda. We can get a KO. The thing is, those monkeys are not KOing your active Roaring Moon. They are 7. It's 7. They can only put up 6. You can even put the ancient booster energy on it. There's even a choice of play where you Iron Bundle this turn. Okay. Because as long as long as you're at this point, you should be kind of fine. And you want them to take a KO to reactivate your own counter captures. You've used your 1-up boss earlier. I don't believe he brought it back. I believe he put back double Seda. Well, we'll have to see here. Like, they have their boss's orders. They just bring up Pheasantipity and they win this round. There's a counter catcher. If they just bring out Pheasantipity, we're going to game 3. Night Stretcher. It's Screamtail. There's no charms. There's not enough charms, but I think they still get it anyways. I think we are moving on to game 3, chat. And this is one of those things. Make them play it out. There it is. very close. Part of me feels like the pheasant dippity should have been put down earlier, but maybe it didn't. So we'll move on to a game 3. Oops, wrong one. All tied up at 1. All right, let me go check and see. I'm assuming Ancient Box is going second. Yes, Ancient Box is going second. So they're hoping, this is one of those things where you hope Gardevoir just doesn't have a good start. It is more than a possibility. You could work with that. That's better. That's better than the Great Tusk start. Klefki's not the worst thing. Oh, Buddy Poffin. So they are active. I have to double check Matthew's list. I believe he was playing the rare candy. Yes, the one of rare candy. I've honestly been debating that myself, of only just because it can speed your deck up. There's the Pestilent. Pestilent is not active, cannot be used. Actually, nothing can be used. Okay. We get the Seda. Bundle cannot be activated right now, but I believe you could get another Roaring Moon down. Possibility. Not. If Matthew gets the rare candy play here, I'm going to put rare candy in my Gardevoirs. Ooh, big no. Let's see what Roaring Moon can get here. Force Guidance, okay. Okay. That can still get you energy. That can still get you set up here. Get our Roaring Moon down. You can possibly grab yourself another Seda for another turn, but you're looking for energy. You're looking for different options. Off the 6, we got the Fez, Dark Patch, Earthen Vessel. I don't know. Do you want to keep the patch or do you want to get the gear? I think the gear is more important because then hopefully sets up a Seda. You can get rid of your extra Flutter Mane. More energy, so you know you're getting a KO. The 120 Vengeance Fletching. There goes the Klefki. That's going to react. That's going to start activating up stuff like your Ninja. It's going to activate Iron Bundle. It's just going to be a little bit better here as we just see the Walking Wake. All the Walking Wake for is the discard pile. You want to see that fucker go straight to hell. Sorry, excuse my language. It's past midnight. I can swear. Exclamation point, no swearing, I guess. We see a teleportation burst here. We're gonna see a counter catcher into the bench for move. There's no energy in the discard right now. We'll have to see what we top deck here. If it's a good top deck, like, ooh, it's the vitality. No energy in the discard makes it a little bit more difficult, but I guess we could explorer's guidance here and possibly buy some time. Like, there's just no other way of getting that energy out into the discard without Greninja. There's Greninja. There's your boss's orders. I feel like you want to keep the boss and the Greninja probably. Because with the boss, if they do set up a Gardevoir, that gives you a boss target. If they don't, you're still sitting pretty well here. The Gardevoir seems good. I mean, the Greninja seems good because they don't have the Klefki anymore. You can draw more cards. It gives you a way to get those energies into the discard. But we are going to go Boss Moon here. We do have access to Seda next turn. And we see a pass. I was a little surprised we didn't see an attachment. There's their Greninja, so they're going to keep drawing cards. That seems like their hand's full of energy. There's Arvin. Yes, this guy does really like his emotes. Some people like their emotes. I do make it policy anytime I play a game, and if I start hitting with thumbs up, I will thumbs up you to hell when I win. And if I lose, I will thumbs up you because I can. I wish you could just mute the emotes. I do. Attacking with a Gardevoir here seems almost like a desperation move. Like, sure, you get the KO, but you're looking at one right on the bench. It's ready to go. And you're just adding to their numbers. They're not hitting enough though yet. You get some of those other Pokemon to the discard here. Well, I mean, that's a couple things there. You even get a Seda now. So I got another card into the discard. Getting a little bit closer here. And if you're able to get rid of that Walking Wake as well, that'd be pretty clutch. You can get rid of the Walking Wake, and you can get rid of the Fluttermane as well. I think this is actually the most serious casting I've had in a while. No energy in the deck, but I mean, that doesn't mean you can't still burn. So in 340, hold on to the vessel, I guess. Take care of that Gardevoir. Get 2 prizes here. Opponent does not seem like they're in a very good spot. Here, some more energy. Ooh, do get our Gardevoir back. Marvin, probably, I'm gonna yeah, into the unfair stamp. Do see a Screamtail. Screamtail is able to take KOs and is able to be in a little bit better spot. Do see the Night Stretcher into the ancient with the ancient booster capsule. We could see a Roaring Moon come back. And the next problem becomes, okay, you got the Roaring Moon back. What's your next play? Do 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 do. All right. Sorry. Distractables, checking something on the deck list, seeing how things play out here. How much time do they have left? They have 7 minutes left. I need to go in there and make sure they understand. I think they should finish. Did we just see, did I miss that a Screamtail died when it shouldn't have? You see how boss's orders for game here? Countercasher's not doing anything. Pokestop. They don't want your Seda. So I know this is a bug with Gardevoir. You can knock out your own Pokemon. It's like not always working correctly. Yeah, you can knock out your own Pokemon by putting too many energy on there. So you have to watch how much energy you put down and how much you have, everything. So for real, you can end up losing due to that. It sucks, but it's what happens. It's I don't know what, again, excuse my language, French. What fucked up to cause it? Something fucked up to cause it. Good move there about bringing up the other Roaring. We'll see what happens here. Like, we're looking at it and trying to figure out exactly what happened on how did he end up knocking out his own Pokemon. I'm gonna have him send me the log no matter what. Right, there's just something fundamentally broken. There goes the Iron Hands. Or not the Iron Hands, the... Well, we can thin out the deck here. Draw through with Pheasantipity. There's energy in the deck. I mean, like, there's a possibility they get it. Pheasantipity. Scripts. You get an energy, but it's not everything you... I feel like you take the energy anyways, you attach it to the active, and then that means you have a chance for a Seta play. Maybe? Or you attach it to the Pheasantipity. Or I guess you can there we go. It's not even Seta, you're just subjugating chains here when I'm asking them to... All right, I'm gonna have him. Babuga here does win, taking the match here. So let me jump on over back to Purdue standings, so we get that set up. So Booga will over here will be up against. I'm asking him to export this battle log and then post it, because then that will give us that. But he had it like a million times over. It's just weird. That was just 100% weird. Like it like it kind of affected the game in the end. All right, next round is up for whoever is playing. We'll have Booga versus Neo Erlandson. And then I'll have that log. And if anyone else wants to look at the log as well, it's on the judge's screenshots and we can see it there. So if you want to see what the log is, what happened, also as well, see if you can see what happened. It'll allow something. It's weird, right? I'm gonna go and contact my person. Oh, Oh, right. Thank you, Gloose. Arceus, you're out, right? So Gloose moves on. Arceus is out. And then we're just waiting on this end for it to come back. All right, looks like the game is going. That going. All right, I'm trying to remember what the turn was. I apologize, chat. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, this is weird. I'm looking at it. Okay, they attached 1, 2, 3, 4. It says they're able to attach 5 energy to it. And that was on turn 5. Yeah. Oh, after weird chat. Yeah, Frank in YouTube chat said too. It just took an extra 20 and died. If someone can actually go back and clip that and send it to me, YouTube or anything, I don't know. That would be very beneficial for me. Well, we're getting stuff set up here. Now, personally, I don't know who wins this matchup. I've never huge on this matchup. And just one moment here. See this quick link. Someone says they got a clip of it. if I'm able to see it in the Discord, I will be able to share. I will be able to share it easily. Just want to make sure of that. Again, Frank, thank you so much for getting a clip of that. Gudra kind of cooks them. Yeah, that is the issue. Gudra does kind of cook them because they are playing the Gudra. But at a point, though, they just get so high on damage. Wow, that is a hand. Also, one of the things you can also notice is they do play Great Tusk. Great Tusk can come into play. We could see Great Tusk come in and just absolutely just end the game. Because they're going to try to burn through their deck. Ooh, the Noivern, that's a play too. Forgot about that. Gotta look up their list. I don't know if they have the Noivern, but the Noivern can come into play. I double check their list. No Noivern, but there is the Gudra. I think there's a lot of back and forth on either one. Like right now, as I'm feeling about this matchup, just this tournament, like that Gardevoir, I hate to say it, it's one of those bug things. Like I can't do anything about it, but it still feels like absolute trash. That Gardevoir could have possibly still came out, right? But there's not much you can do. And the winner of this will go up against Charizard Pidgeot. Does anyone remember how to check if you have clips made on YouTube? Oh, shit. Okay. I'm dropping now. Drop it now. We'll look at it later. Well, we got an attack here. I believe they hit the Gudra. Pokestop, a little bit more damage. Keep adding it up. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that over on the YouTube side. General works fine. And just as long as I can find it. Wow, watching that clip back, that was bad. Wow, 10 damage, sure. But knowing that has 10 damage, you could actually use a Fluttermane to get the prizes. Good. I think you can do that. I don't think it doesn't say that it can be used if it's your only Pokemon. Yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah, main does 90. It doesn't. Does Fluttermane's attack do it? Yeah, main isn't dark. That's what I was wondering. Like I was sitting there going, wait, is Fluttermane is Muse weak second to weak to psychic? When did that happen? You kind of want to hit the Seda here. This one's Jover. You think it's Jover? No worries. Like, I question all cards all the time. If I can't look at it directly right there, a lot of times I just try to remember. So Daycamp, they have to one-shot the other Drago? Are they trying to set up something that I'm not seeing here? Because even if they Trifrost, I don't think they KO everything, right? They're still a prize short. The biggest issue you run into is how you get the Pheasantipity out. Okay, so you gotta get the KO here. But the Rolling Iron is gonna make the life miserable for that. Oh! You can bundle Counter Catcher. I don't think you're at a point where you've got enough in the discard to KO it, right? You bundle first, Counter Catcher. That resets any iron, Rolling Iron. We still have to be off, though. Yeah, we're only at 230 here. But oh, they know that they still win. No, they don't win with a Trifrost anymore. I think you just get what you've been take what you've been given. They take a KO, you can win the next turn. Because the big ol' ancient force doesn't allow him to Trifrost for 2. Too bad they didn't have enough to deck him out with a Great Tusk. That would have been hilarious. I'm gonna see a Cleffa. Yeah, they have gain. The Trifrost doesn't do enough. As long as they take a KO here, they have everything for gain. Because they can blow up an Ogre Pawn, they can blow up the Mew. Which is not getting disrupted here. Again. But now they don't have it because they got hit for 130? Yeah, that is a smart play. Let's get them closer. They're not there yet. Ah, the baby Drago attack. Oh no, they're there now. They're gonna be here, yeah. Yes, we're above my pay grade too. Because now they can try Frost for game. So that's why I don't play Drago, that's why I don't play Ancient Bucks. All right, so we're going to game 2 here. Neo Erlandson up 1-0 over Booga Lover in the semifinals of the Tournament of Doom. As we are to I always love when I see people post deck lists and it has one of my playmats on it, and I will always like anytime I see. Also, if you, I usually repost most people's results who play in this tournament. So if you play in this and you post your results, you did pretty well, I will usually repost it on Twitter. I'm never calling it X, it's always Twitter. Arsenal Hill, what happened was they used baby Drago's attack instead of taking the KO. So instead of activating the Great Catcher they had in hand, they were able to wait off another turn and be able to take the game. It was a really, really good move. If anything, it's remembering that you have other attacks. Sometimes it's just like, hey, here I go. I have this attacks. And like, oh wait, I have access to other attacks. That's one of those things, just to watch and figure out, okay, this is what this guy's doing. This is what's happening here. This is what's happening here. The secret box. See a dark patch here. Energy. I obviously don't play Switch. Other than the Petra run here. Get the 110, get some damage out there. See the research. What's up, Electabuzz? Just only multiple discussions, that's all. With only one caster right now, because the other guy is asleep. So our earlier caster Mellowcrit is asleep. I am currently the only one. So I am watching everything. I'd be homeless for 10 years. I mean, if you're making world champion stuff, like you get into world champions and you get everything you can, I mean, you'd probably be pretty good. We do have access to Seda. We do have access to Night Stretcher. We could see an attack here. I would assume if I want Night Stretcher, maybe. I am always here, Electabuzz. I have never fallen asleep on stream. I've actually streamed for 12 hours and did not fall asleep. That was a brutal stream. Actually, I streamed for 13 hours. That was the longest stream I ever did. Was at one of the regionals of Doom. What the hell are you two going on about? Well, yeah, might as well take out the Mew. Mew's easy. $320 damage. Bake 'em, shake 'em. Are you a frog? And we did see the boss's orders hit the discard earlier. I think we still have access to our Great Catcher, Counter Catcher, but I don't think it's going to be there, as we're probably going to see another Rolling Iron KO, which means we have to stop, get possibly another card in the active. And we also, again, this is something to watch out for. Great Tusk can win this game if Neo is over aggressive here and keeps drawing out cards. There's a possibility. You see the Pokestop, as Pokestop will hit 3 items. I mean, we'll take that. You're gonna have to use Rod here, and then you're probably gonna have to use the Pokeball. The Ultra Ball, not the Pokeball. No reason to put anything back. Say probably Ultra Ball stuff. And the big thing is, Neo still hasn't used their V-Star power yet. How much time's left in the round? That's the other issue. Still plenty of time, but for chat and just everyone in general, 120 is not going to do it. For top 8 top cut, any games in best of 3 that go to time, if it is tied 1-1, whoever is ahead in prizes at time wins the game. If it goes to time and it is game 2, whoever won game 1 wins the set. That is how we handle it, just so you know, but I don't expect it. The Tournament of Doom chat, where true love finds each other. Yeah, Social Security is worthless, man. What can you do with it anymore? So we just see the big KO here. They are setting up possibly for the Trifrost game. I mean, we don't even get the KO here. And this just feels bad, chat. If only he was down to 4 cards. But that's not happening. It's over. I'm sorry. Ancient Box will not be taking it. It did seem like one of the things that hurt him was losing the boss's orders, because going after their support Pokemon is probably what they wanted to do. Neo will take that. Easy, not easy 2-0, but very hard, well fought 2-0. Let's go ahead and update this, as we will have Gloose with the Charizard Pidgeot going up against Neo Erlandson and the Regidrago. End round. Fair next round. It is. All right, chat. Neither player is able to stream, so we are going to have to call it a night, chat. So we need to find someone to go raid. So let's go find out. Who is out there? Who do we know? Good, send you off to the kitty cats. Yeah, another player is able to stream. It happens. I figured that was already happening. I had asked them both earlier and they both said no, and I just confirmed. Yeah, we got the otters, we got the kitty cats. Oh, I see. There we go. I'll send you guys off to Sneaky Old Crab. He's playing. He's a tournament player. There. Let me make sure. Oh, yeah, he's still playing. So I personally will be back Tuesday. We'll have the Challenge of Doom then. Check it. The finals will be up probably soon enough. Thank you for everyone coming out tonight and have some fun with good old Sneaky Old Crab.